One last question for you, Hikaru. It's more than 2 years already. This is the first classical game in 2 years for you. Are you planning to get back on the grind? Are you planning to come back to the circuits?
I've said it before many times. Anybody who watches my stream, I enjoy streaming. That's the main thing. I will say that of course it's very difficult because this line that happened today, Etienne tried to trick me. He had obviously looked at games I'd played online with Bishop B4. I played against Nepo also in the World Rapid, and oddly enough, I actually lost a game in this Knight H4 move order to Wesley So in the Grand Chess Tour in Croatia in 2019, specifically because Wesley had seen a game that I played against Jordan Van Forest in Title Tuesday, maybe like 3 years before. So, it's obviously very tricky doing both, but I'm enjoying it. It's fun. But I do think perhaps at the end of the game I was a little bit too jumpy. I was moving a little bit too quickly just because I haven't played in so long and played classical at least, and it felt very boring. So, and maybe I have to move a little bit slower.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, Germany. Fiona, are you as excited as I am? Hikaru is making his comeback to classical chess after, more than 2 years.
It's been a long time, Benjamin. Hello everyone. I am super excited. Grand Prix will be such a fun tournament to follow overall, and of course, Hikaru, as you mentioned, hasn't played classical over the board chess in a really long time. So I'm very curious, of course, to see how he's gonna be doing. What is your expectation? Have you talked a little bit about this with Hikaru?
Well, I haven't really talked much about it with him, but I think he had a rough end of 2019. That's where he lost some rating points. But I think the break probably has done him well. He did very well in all the rapid events that have been happening over the pandemic. Of course, classical is still a bit different, but I do have faith that, given the fact that he's had a long time to reflect, and now he has the crowd behind him, he will do well here in Berlin.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely the player, I think, with the most fans, but even today, the first day, I know that the Blitzstream and the Frenchies are rallying hard behind Etienne Bacrot, so a big matchup in Twitch fan favorites.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Etienne Bacrot has the backing from Blitzstream, but he's got the backing right here. We're not getting. Are you getting any moves? I guess it's just the classic first. Oh, an E4.
E4, I think, has just appeared
on the board. Yeah, probably just a classic. First round. Maybe they have some talks. Maybe someone playing the first move.
To be honest, I'm actually impressed that they already started. So kudos for starting on time. And we have a Rui Lopez on the board. Is that what you were expecting?
To be honest, I kind of did. Yeah, Bacrot's become more of an E4 player lately, and Hikaru just sticks to his guns. He plays the Berlin. I'm interested to see what Bacrot will do. I think he'll just go for the rookie 1 Berlin and keep it solid. And then it's up to Hikaru to equalize. I guess we will not see anything too shocking today. It might just be a solid draw, but it's of course not the end of the world in the first round with black.
I'm not gonna lie to you, the Berlin is not the opening I was hoping to see today. But I think it makes sense for Hikaru to play an opening he knows so well, something solid with the black pieces in the first round. Do you think in general that's the approach that players will take in the pool stages? That they will try and be solid with black and try and play for the win with white?
Yeah, and I think that's the approach he's going to adopt, especially in the beginning. He's just going to try to be solid with black and then eventually go for chances later on in the tournament with white. I was thinking about it earlier. Would he be facing Bacrot later on in the tournament, especially if he would be behind? I'm sure that he would take more risks, but I'm not too surprised to see him playing solid here with black in the first round.
I see, by the way, that the chat is going crazy with draw comments all over the place. Is that sort of your expectation? What do you think is in store for us here?
Yeah, no, to be honest, I wouldn't be shocked if it's gonna be a little bit dry. I mean, that's the nature of the Rookie 1 Berlin.
Oh, and yeah, sorry, Benjamin, I'm just saying in the chat they're saying to flip the board. Maybe that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Just a sec. Oh, yeah. So, let's look at it. Let's have a look at it from Hikaru's perspective. Yeah, indeed. And guys, yeah, just for your information, the other game we're having a look at is the game between Andrei Yestepenko and Alexander Grishuk. Those are the other two players in Hikaru's group. Once again, for Hikaru to advance to the knockout stage, he has to win his group. Second place is not enough. So that game is also very important for us to keep an eye out on.
For sure. And this slide down, Benjamin, as I mentioned, the Berlin is not exactly my favorite. I've never played the Berlin as white or black. I don't play the Relupa. So tell us, are we still following some main lines here or what's going on?
Yeah, these are one of the main lines. Hikaru had this in the World Rapid Chess Championship against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think in the penultimate round or in the very last round. I think the penultimate round, yeah, he played. And it became a quick draw after actually the move. Bacrot played knight c3, and I think Hikaru went for a quick bishop b4. He also had this against Deak in a recent Title Tuesday, so I'm sure he has looked at it. And yeah, let's hope he has looked. He knows all the lines in details and knows how to equalize here.
Yeah, and do you know anything about Hikaru? Has he talked about, is he in Berlin with Chris Littlejohn? Does he have a new second? Is he on his own? Is that information public?
Yeah, I think he announced it on stream that he's in Berlin with Chris Littlejohn. We just heard Littlejohn yelling, turn down for what? As we were warming up. So I'm sure that Chris Littlejohn also gave that same energy to Hikaru before the game. But yeah, Littlejohn has been his second for a long time now already. Yeah.
I mean, for as long as I can remember, I think...
Like 2009 or something, like, yeah, or 2010, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if he has some Frenchies behind him. Who knows? Like, I think these days, really, most players come to the tournaments with their seconds. I think it's just much easier. So I'm sure at some point the reports from Berlin will be coming out. Who's on side? Who's helping who? And always an interesting. For me, it's always interesting to find out who's helped by who and what's going on with all that.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, Bacrot, I don't know who his second could be, to be honest. I know that he has done a lot of work for Maxime, or at least with Maxime. Yeah. But I don't think he has necessarily his own team of seconds. And actually, it looks like Hikaru's the first one to surprise Bacrot with this move, knight h4, if the times are correct. So Bacrot trades. Okay, I'm sure Hikaru's going to recapture soon. And yeah,
I just had a quick look. Sorry. Interrupt. I had a quick look at the database. Hikaru has played himself quite a few games still in this position.
Yeah, he's had some games here. Wait, what happened? Okay, 92 by Bacrot. Yeah, so I'm sure we'll see more quick moves here from Hikaru. So yeah, why don't you talk us through what Hikaru's history is in this line?
Well, actually, 92 now, there's only, I see one game. That's Anish Giri Hikaru from the Grand Chess Tour. But that was Blitz, so I don't know. And what happened there, Hikaru played Rook e8 instead of Bishop f5.
All right, yeah.
So
now
we're...
f5 is his improvement then, I guess.
Yeah.
So have there been any games yet?
Yeah, enough that I only see 2 games, and both of them are Niels Grandelius with the white pieces. And good news for Hikaru fans, because the first game Niels played was a loss with the white pieces against Mickey Adams in October 2019, and was a draw. Grandelius against Sargsyan.
All right, so yeah, I'm sure. So after bishop f5, what have been the main moves in this position?
Well, the 2 games that I have after, why is it jumping like that? I see c3 was played by Niels in the game against Adams, and that went c3, queen d7, g3. I don't know, something like that. I always struggle with those move transmissions. Okay.
Right.
Let's see, I lost the chat for a second, but I'm back. Okay.
No worries. Yeah. But yeah, white has a lot of options here. c3 looks very normal. Something like knight f4 or knight g3. I don't think we'll see anything too shocking yet. White is generally like a little bit better, I would say, because the knight on c6 is a little bit stuck, so to speak. If white goes c3, d4 is very nicely protected, and maybe black should eventually move the knight to e7, but I think Hikaru shouldn't have much to worry about. Something like queen d7, then move a rook to e8, and it should be very, very equalish. So yeah, what have been the results so far in this line?
Yeah, well, only these 2 games I'm seeing. Niels losing to Mickey and Niels drawing against Sargsyan, so we should get Niels on to ask. He seems to be an expert here. Do you think Hikaru is happy with what he got out of the opening?
I mean, well, he seems to be in his preparation. He still has 134 on the clock. So I guess he cannot be too unhappy, but I mean, probably it is going to be a little bit dry. Of course, he would love to. I mean, if he would win this game, win the very first game with black, that'd be, huge. But I mean, a draw would be, sort of a normal result. So if this game ends in a draw, he can be too unhappy.
Yeah, for sure. And well, maybe we can briefly talk about the format, because I saw a few questions in the chat. So what is the format? So it's there are 4 pools of 4 players. So the 2 boards that we have up here, that's pool A, that's Hikaru's pool, and it's a double round robin, meaning they will play 6 games. They will all play each other twice, once with white and once with black. And after those 6 rounds, only the first place finisher of each group advances to the semifinal, basically. And then they play a semifinal and a final in 2-game matches.
Yeah, no, indeed. And this is all part of the Grand Prix. In this tournament, they will accumulate points. And there are 3 Grand Prix in total. Every player will play in 2. So it's very important to do well in the 2 legs that you play. Right, so after this there will be 2 more legs. Hikaru's playing the 3rd leg, so after this he can rest and see how the other players are doing. And then he will know how he will have to perform in the last leg. So I think in order to qualify, you have to do well in 2 legs. So I think you have to make it at least to the semifinals. So you have to win your group.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's such a tough format with so many, I mean, 24 players in total, right?
Right, yeah.
So for only 2 spots, some of the best players in the world, so it's gonna be really a tough event. And I think that's also why it makes sense to play solid as black, because I think any loss in the pools is so costly.
Yeah, no, indeed. You can't really afford to lose a game, because it's also only 6 rounds.
Yeah.
And like you said, you have to win your group. I think in order to win your group, usually something like 4 points out of 6 should be quite enough. I would think. I mean, I would think something like 4.5 should definitely be plus 2 is what I think. Yeah, because they're all like very strong players in one pool. I mean, something like 4.5 should be enough for sure, one would think, but you never know. Someone can just get off to a very good start.
And I was reading, so if they are tied at the top of the pool, they will play playoffs, right?
Right, yeah. So there will be 6 rounds, so 6 days. And let's say 2 players are tied at the end of the group. They will come back on another day to play a tiebreaker to determine who will move on to the semifinals. And the same applies to the semifinals and the finals. They'll play a 2-game match. If that ends in 1-1, they will play a tiebreaker. And if not, they'll just have a rest day.
I mean, that's also good news for Hikaru, because I think he's such a beast in faster time controls that this has to work in his favor.
Right, yeah. No, I think indeed, yeah. If it moves on to a tiebreak, that should be in Hikaru's favor, because he is known to be a specialist in the faster time controls. And yeah, we see Bacrot taking the first real thing here of the game, but
Bishop f5 must have come as a surprise to him. I mean, only been played twice.
Yeah, he seems to be taken by surprise here. But of course, as it's classical, this doesn't matter too much yet. If this would be a rapid game, then being up 8 minutes is much more of a factor. But here, it's unlikely that Bacrot will end up in time pressure and that it will come in decisive.
I see a question in the chat, Malkav. If Bacrot plays c3, what about queen f6 with the intention of going bishop f2? I like that. Very, very sneaky.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, if white would make a random move like let's say a3, then we have indeed bishop takes f2, takes and king and bishop c2 check with a nice trick. But I don't think Bacrot will fall for that, and actually the queen on f6 would be a little bit misplaced. And white can go somewhere like g3, bishop g5, and let's say knight f4, and then the pawn on d5 comes under attack. So I expect Hikaru to play something solid like rook e8 or queen d7 just to stabilize the position.
And do you think, Etienne, apart from c3, what are the candidate moves for white?
Yeah, good question. I think other moves are moves like knight g3 or knight f4. But I think c3 is a nice and flexible move for white because it keeps all the options open. It defends the pawn on d4. It also enables queen b3 in some positions, the pawn on d5 and the pawn on b7. So I think that's probably his best move. And yeah, what do you make of the other game in the group between Andrei Yesipenko and Alexander Grishuk? We have a Catalan there.
Well, the Catalan is all the rage these days after Magnus breathed some new life into it. I don't know the particular. Want to briefly check that out, or just talk about the current position we have?
Yeah, so it started off as a Catalan with bishop e7. Indeed, what is seen a lot in the World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Yesipenko goes for this odd move b3, which allows Grishuk to trade on c4 and go c5 to chip away at the white pawns in the center. White castles, and after trade a6 by Grishuk. So Grishuk has already taken a little bit of time, but even if he's still in his preparation, he sometimes is known to do this.
For sure.
And it's an interesting position. So white is the isolated pawns on c4 and a2. On the other hand, his bishop on g2 is very active on this long diagonal. And the one thing that is always a bit annoying for black is to get the queen side developed. I mean, you cannot develop the bishop to d7 because you hang the pawn on b7. And a move like knight c6 is also not possible for the moment because then you would hang a pawn. So, but I do expect black to be fine here. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how this game will play out.
Yeah, Andrei Yesipenko also, of course, we have to mention he was a last-minute replacement, so he only got his invite, what was it, maybe 3 or 4 days ago?
Yeah.
In a way, like, I'm sure he's delighted to be playing. It leaves very little time for preparation. Andre was just playing in Vaikansé that just concluded 4 days ago. But on the other hand, the other players in the pool also didn't have to prepare against him. How do you think it will work out for him to come into the tournament at the last minute?
Yeah, no, that is a very good question. Yeah, I would think it's maybe a bit of a disadvantage because, like you said, he just came from Vaikansé, and playing 2 tournaments right after each other is always a bit tiring. So that is definitely one factor. And also, yeah, in terms of preparation, that might be a disadvantage for him as well. Like, he might not have something really sharp prepared for, let's say, Hikaru or Grishuk or Bacrot. So yeah, I would think he's at a bit of a disadvantage. But of course, you still take such an opportunity with both hands because it's his one chance to qualify for the candidates.
For sure. And I mean, this group, all the groups, everyone could qualify. All they need is to have one good week, win 1 game, 2 games. As you were saying earlier, 2 games very likely might be enough. So everyone absolutely in with a shot to qualify.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, as we are waiting for more moves, let's have a look at some other games. So we will throw Hikaru on the small board and let's move around and have a look at the other games in the other pools. So
I'm gonna have a quick look. Anything that catches my eye immediately.
Yeah. So I saw a lot of requests for Vidit's game. So Vidit is playing against Levon Aronian with the black pieces. It started off as a Nimzo Indian defense with e3, bishop d3, d5, trades, a3, bishop d6, queen c2. So Levon seems to be still in his preparation because he has 132 on the clock. Vidit seems to be out of book, but I don't think he should have much to worry about in this position. What is your take on this opening?
Yeah, very solid stuff far. I think both players very likely still in the book. They once again we're being pressed, I think, to flip the board. I think there's so many Vidit fans that they want to see it from his side. If I'm reading that correctly. Well, I think Vidit will be quite happy with what he's gotten here. I think he is one of the players. I was just say last week, and Vidit, it was heartbreaking to see. He was leading the tournament at the start. He was doing so well, and then he collapsed and with 3 losses, I think, out of the last 4 games. So
yeah,
not so easy to bounce back from that, especially with so little time. So I'm very curious to see how he's going to do.
Yeah, no, indeed, it was indeed very tough to see for Vidit. He started so well. He won 2 games early on. He was leading the tournament. And then he ended up even losing rating. While the tournament in Vaikansé could have been maybe sort of a big jump in his career to catapult himself into the top 20, maybe top 15. And of course, if you make it to that level, then you can get more invitations. But yeah, unfortunately, he lost many games. So he will have to get himself together. And yeah, I think Vidit, of course, is a very strong player, but he's had collapses in the past, so that's something he will definitely have to work on. So it'll be interesting to see how he will be doing here against the favorite in the group, Levon Aronian.
For sure, and I see there's a lot of comments, people being surprised in the chat to see the US flag under Levon Aronian's name, and actually it's one of his first, is it his first classical tournament under the US flag?
That is a very good question. I think he's played in the Grand Swiss. I think at that tournament he might have already been playing under the US flag, but this is probably then his second tournament, yeah. Right. But yeah, Levon Aronian has always, has for many years, represented Armenia, the country where he's from. But due to some personal issues, he switched to the US, I think, in 2020. The switch was already initiated in the beginning of 2021, or even already in 2020. But yet it finally came through in October or something. So yeah,
I mean, it's a huge gain, of course, for Team USA, which was already tremendous. You can argue for some players it wasn't maybe the best news who were hoping to make the US team, but for sure a huge loss for Armenia. And I think Levon himself was the first to be heartbroken about having to make the decision. I think he talked about it. I'm not gonna go into that because I don't want to put any words in his mouth. But if you Google it, he himself said at the time, easy choice. But there you go. He will be representing Team USA from here on out. And actually, Benjamin, I was thinking there was one caught my eye. I saw a couple of people mentioned it in the chat as well, and that's Daniil Dubov. Daniil Dubov, of course, always a fan favorite.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the people want to have a look at the game of Daniil Dubov. I'm, to be honest, even a bit surprised that he has managed to make it to Berlin, because as we all know, he tested positive in a tournament for Vaikensee. But yeah, somehow he is able to be there in Berlin. So yeah, you were the host in Vaikensee. So can you tell us a little bit about about everything that happened with Daniil and how he's able to make it to Berlin?
Well, I mean, I wasn't sure myself. I think I heard when I was leaving that he would need to test negative. I think it was very touch and go, like by one day, but I'm very glad he made it. I think he did his 7 days of isolation in Vaikensee, and I think just arrived in Berlin yesterday. So I'm very happy that he made it. Of course, it's pleasant when you have to stop playing in a tournament like Vaikensee because you tested positive. And I think not just for me, obviously, but for all the chess fans, Daniil Dubov is such a fantastic player to watch. He has so many friends. He's always fighting. So I'm very happy he made it to Berlin in time.
Yeah, no, for sure, indeed. He's indeed known to be one of the most creative and fighting players. And also, yeah, if for Dubov there would also need to be a replacement found last minute, they'll make everything very, very messy. But yeah, as we know, he did test negative towards the end of the tournament. So yeah, it's of course great to see that he is able to participate. And he's playing here against Vincent Keimer. They're having a Slav defense, I think. Yeah, let's have a look at it. So Vincent has the advantage of the two bishops, but black is fairly solid, and black is actually captured a pawn on h2. So yeah, what do you make of this this opening so far?
Well, it's very messy, that's for sure. You can enlighten us of how much of this is theory, what is, because it's very wild, I think. It's hard to take any guesses or any stabs in the dark when I'm not familiar with the line.
Yeah, yeah, to be honest, I don't really know what the theory here is, but it seems to be that Vincent is still in book. He has 131 on the clock. Dubov is probably not too unfamiliar with the position himself, because he's also played fairly fast, but I mean, I kind of like White's position. White has sacrificed a pawn on h2, but now he's ready to break in the center with the move e4, and that will also undermine the knight on c4, because you undermine the pawn on d5. So yeah, once again, I kind of like it for Vincent. Vincent has made a lot of progress, by the way, lately. His rating is now 2664. I remember him being like 2590 not too long ago, so great to see the young German youngster moving up the ranks so quickly.
For sure. I mean, Vincent, he's been one of the names that we've for a while, and a very interesting match out here from the get-go. Vincent, of course, will be especially eager to do well on home turf. Remember, this tournament is being played Berlin, Germany, and yeah, wild stuff. I agree with you that Vincent's probably happy with what he got, but I wouldn't rule out that Daniil also isn't quite happy. But while that happened, Bacrot finally made a move, and it was knight to f4.
Yeah, he played the move knight at f4. Yeah, also a very logical move. I do expect Hikaru to have looked at this. Maybe something like queen d7 and then move the rook to a8 or e8. Looks pretty solid still for Hikaru, and maybe Bacrot can then follow with c3 and then potentially queen f3 or queen b3 to attack b7 and d5. But overall, I think Hikaru shouldn't have too much to worry about. I guess the time that we see here on Bacrot's clock should be off because he spent around 15 minutes or so on his last move.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, just I'm so sorry, chat. My cam and mic are freezing. I don't know what's going on because I should have very good internet connection. I'll look into it during the first break, and hopefully there's a fix because I don't usually have any internet issues. Look into it during the break.
All right, yeah, for sure we will try to fix that. And as we speak, Dubov has played the move b5. So I do expect Vincent to play e4 fairly quickly, or I mean he's definitely still in his preparation, so it will be interesting to see what he has cooked up here with probably Peter Lecco. I mean, Peter Lecco's been his longtime trainer, so we'll see how this one will proceed. Are there any other games that you or the chat want to have a look at?
We could have a look at the US clash, and maybe actually, Benjamin, can we flip our board maybe while we keep that?
Oh
there?
yeah, we will flip the second board as well, of course. Yeah, and Hikaru has played the move queen d7 after a little bit of thought. He spent 32 seconds, although I don't know if the timestamps are correct because it's showing that Bacrot spent 1:30 on knight f4, but that is not correct for sure because he spent like more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. Elsewhere, well, I would say maybe we could have a quick look at the US clash and Linier Dominguez.
Yeah, let's have a look at that game. So that game is played in Pool D, I believe. And already, yeah, indeed, a very important matchup in that group. I would say two of the favorites in that group to make it to the knockout stage. And they have this new line in the Queen's Gambit accepted, where after e4, black plays the move b5. I'm sure Wesley has prepared this because Linier is one of the experts in the Queen's Gambit accepted. And after a4, c6, takes, knight c3. What black used to do here very often is go a6 and then sacrifice the exchange. And black has quite a bit of compensation here. I remember Hikaru winning a nice game here against Adhiban Bhaskaran back in Gibraltar.
In Gibraltar, yeah, I remember that.
In 2015, which is already 7 years ago, which is kind of crazy. But there's this new move, queen to b6 to defend the pawn on b5 that way. b3 by Wesley, e6, captures bishop b4, bishop d2, takes knight f3. So Linier is taking his time here, but I'm sure he must have looked at this at some point. Wesley is also taking a little bit of time, but I'm sure this must have been part of his preparation somehow, because I mean, they're still so early on.
Yeah, also, as you say, Dominguez has played the Queen's Gambit accepted before, so I agree with you. I think Wesley is still in known territorial, so we don't know if we can trust the clock times. I think they've been a bit messed up in Hikaru's game. I don't know about the others. Okay, is there any game that Benjamin?
Yeah, so let's see if there's another game that's worth looking at.
I'm seeing Shirov against Hare Krishna. All the pieces have already come off almost. How did they get there? So
yeah, that is a good question. This is a theoretical line in the Caro-Kann where black opts for a very quick c5 to undermine the white center. And white sacrifices this pawn on b2, and they often go into this this endgame. So white has a lot of development, but once again black is up a pawn, and the material is fairly limited. So it's not easy to do anything with the lead in development. So I'm sure, I don't know what the correct times are, but I assume Hare Krishna was in his preparation for a very long time. All these moves are on the board. So yeah, black is up a pawn, but the position is not that easy. Because the problem is, as soon as you move the knight, you hang the pawn on f7, and then the pawn on e5 becomes very strong. The pawn on h5 will then also become weak. But it looks like black is hanging on for the moment here. White can play something like rook d1, but then black still has king c6, and after, let's say, rook c1, black moves the king back to b7. So we could see an early repetition there. White could also play a move like g3 to just keep the position, and as I said, it's not easy for black to actually make a move there, because the rook will have to keep defending the knight. The knight cannot move, because then you hang the pawn on f7. Actually, he's played rook to d7, so I guess that's his move to untangle, because now the knight is free to move, because the pawn on f7 is defended. So it will be interesting to see how this one will proceed. I think it is not without risk for white, because black is up a pawn, so white definitely has something to prove here.
Yeah, it's a weird one. In general, I always like the extra material, but on the other hand, I agree that it's kind of uncomfortable, as some questions to be answered, but rook d7, as you pointed out, makes a lot of sense to defend that pawn.
Right.
7 and then try and untangle. Okay, so let's move on from here. Not the most exciting game for now, but we have.
Sure. Which game do you want to have a look at?
Yet. We could have a look at the Russian clash between Fedoseev and Oparin.
Yeah. So indeed. So let's have a look at that game. So Vladimir Fedoseev with the white pieces against Grigory Oparin. So actually Oparin has made a lot of progress lately. His rating is all the way up to 2680. And here we see a Catalan with bishop b7, knight f3, and after queen c2, this new move b5, which was actually played by Jan Nepomniachtchi in his World Chess Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, and after a4, bishop b7, which is a bit of a pawn sacrifice. Black sacrifices the pawn on the queen side, because he very often gets a lot of quick play. Fedoseev, I mean, it's a pawn sacrifice, because if white takes on a6, black usually takes with the knight, and white can take the pawn on c4, but as I said, black gets a lot of very quick play. So Fedoseev, he decides not to take the pawn, and just play for development, and c5 by Grigory Oparin. My take is that white is usually a little bit better, but black is very, very solid here, and as Grigory still has 132 on the clock, I'm sure he's still in his preparation.
Grigory Oparin, is he studying in the US as well, or am I confusing him with someone?
Yeah, I believe he is studying at University of Missouri, which is headed by Christian Kurila. But if I'm not mistaken, he's been back in Russia for a while now, so that's why he's able to participate in those tournaments like the Grand Swiss. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, he might actually be a student right now, yeah.
Interesting. Shall we quickly bring back Hikaru's board on the big board and have a look at the updates? Not so much has happened since we left it off, but we can go into a bit more detail maybe.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Hikaru's, of course, we'll always keep Hikaru's board on. Right now it's on the small board, but we'll bring him back onto the bigger board later on. So yeah, this one is looking fairly solid for now. Let's have a look at the game between Wojtaszek and Rapport. So Wojtaszek was a last-minute replacement, actually.
Wojtaszek last-minute replacement. I never know if he the for Digley-Ren or is he the replacement for Andreikin. He was... Ding was in this group, right? I think.
Yes, Wojtaszek was a replacement for Ding. So for the other participants, a huge relief, I would think, because of course Wojtaszek is a very, very strong player, but Ding is rated like more than 100 points higher rated, so you cannot be too unhappy about Wojtaszek replacing him. But he's known to be very well prepared, and actually it seems that he's still in book here against Rapport.
Yeah, so shall we have a quick look at how we got here?
Yes, for sure. So this started off as a very quick Bogo Indian defense with a very quick bishop e4 check. Bishop d2 by Wojtaszek, a5. I was thinking this was actually a Catalan, or actually did transpose into a Catalan later on with the move d5, bishop g2.
I mean, it's so incredible, no? Magnus plays the Catalan in the World Championship match, then he plays it again in Vacancy, and now we see the result. Everyone plays the Catalan.
Indeed, yeah. So black takes his pawn, queen c2, and then the move c5, a3, takes takes. So black is up a pawn temporarily, but as we see here, it's very difficult for black to actually hang on to that pawn because white is attacking it with all of his forces. So I don't know, to me it looks quite pleasant for Wojtaszek. If he takes on d4, the move a5 looks weakening more than anything else. The bishop on g2 will open up on this nice diagonal. The rook on a6 is a little bit off. If black plays a move like b5, I expect Wojtaszek to play knight c5. And after this trade, then d4 will be weak and the pawn on b5 will be weak as well. So I think Wojtaszek can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Wojtaszek, he is one of the best players in the world. He used to be a second for none other than Vishy Anand. So although he was a last-minute replacement, he is so well versed across the board. And meanwhile, Rapport, another of the players who have just completed the tournament. For you, Benjamin, if you had been playing in Vacancy and then 3 days later there's the Grand, you spend the time in between the events?
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's quite difficult, because from my own experience, playing in Vacancy is already a very long and tiring tournament. I've played in the Challengers group quite a number of times. I mean, I'm sure that playing in the Masters is even more, taxing. And then to go straight to Berlin to play in the Grand Prix, which is a very important tournament, must be very tough for these players. And yeah, like I said, when the tournament in Vacancy would be done, I usually just want to relax for a couple days. So to go straight on to this tournament here must be very difficult. And actually, we're getting word that Hikaru is on the live coverage of World Chess, so we'll try to pull it up quickly. Just be patient with us. Yeah.
Sure. Meanwhile, let me I saw the chat was saying, and we can go back there in a little bit. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of Hikaru first. The Daniel Dubov game is really heating up. The kid, I saw there was a blunder mistake. I don't know if it is. We'll go back there after we've tried to pull up the camera, but for sure things are heating up in that game, while Hikaru, as we can see under our cams, is still thinking after c3.
So let's try to pull it up. Just give me a second. Oh that was wait something went wrong there. Just give me a second. That was not what I intended to do.
I have to say, it's a relief to me that I'm not the one producing. It's always so much easier to just sit here, enjoy the show. I know I have to sort out my camera issues or whatever's going on there, but I don't envy you. I'm getting used to, I feel, being back on Twitter, a different vibe. I feel like I still got my serious Tata hat on.
Yeah, no, indeed. We got the chat here that's always trolling, which is always a lot of fun. We appreciate you all. Unfortunately, it seems that Hikaru is not on the live broadcast right now, but if he will be, we will try to pull him up as soon as possible.
I see Wandering Bishop says in Pata, Fiona ignored chat, now she has to live in here with us. I didn't actually invite and say, although I only addressed very few comments, I read a lot of them, but yeah, here it's more or less half of my job is just looking at the chat.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, don't worry guys, you guys are seen. We do appreciate you all being here. You know, giving Hikaru some love and some support. So of course we'll try to read out the comments from the chat.
Do you want to briefly go back and timer against Dubov?
Sure. Yeah, let's have a look at that game. Give me a second. So, oh shoot. All right. So the game between.
And maybe while we bring that up, maybe you can reassure the chat just because the bar in Hikaru's game says 0.4, that does not mean Hikaru is losing.
Yeah, Hikaru is not losing for sure. It is up to him though to equalize the position, but of course it shouldn't be too much to worry about. And I'm a little bit surprised as to what is happening here in this game between Vincent Keimer and Daniil Dubov. Black just played the move b4, but can't... I mean, what happens if white takes on d5? I'm curious. So I guess black will take on c3. We take on c4, but let's say black takes on b2. It's very, very messy. I mean, both kings are quite open here. I mean, white's king is quite exposed, but the black king is also kind of stuck in the center. And it seems that Vincent is taking his first real thing of the game, which signals two things. I mean, on one hand, it's nice for Dubov that Vincent is on his own here. On the other hand, b4 cannot be one of the top engine choices, given the fact that he's thinking here.
Yeah, and I think you're making a great point for those of you who are not sure what that means. So b4, what Benjamin was saying, b4 is the first move that makes Vincent think. Very likely that is a move that he did not look at, and very likely that means that it's not one of the top moves. So very often in this position, in these moments, the players are on their own, but they often know this move, I'm on my own because this move is not one of the best moves, and now I need to figure out why.
Right, yeah. And yeah, it's not easy, of course. I mean, especially when you have to, you know, turn on your brain. I mean, he's had a lot of time to prepare. And like before the tournament, like the weeks leading up to the tournament, also, let's say the night before. But here's where he's really put to the test, and it will be interesting to see how he will deal with it. To my eye, pawn takes d5 looks like the move. Mm-hmm. I guess if you take with the pawn on d5, white should have some tactics with knight takes d5, which should work out really nicely for white. So I do think that after pawn takes d5, the critical moves to consider are also, there's a move like knight takes a3 and then taking on c3, and this position is also very difficult to evaluate. So definitely quite a challenge here for Vincent.
Yeah, what an absolute mess. I have cheated, Benjamin. I have looked at the engine. Mm-hmm. And the engine is saying that also after b4, queen a4 is apparently quite strong.
Aha, queen a4. Nice move. So if black would take the knight on c3, we take on c6 with a check and collect the rook. White is winning there. So I think that after queen a4, black has to make a move like rook c8 to defend the pawn. Mm-hmm. But then we also have tactics connected to knight takes d5, because this pawn on c6
that's the move
is pinned. So knight takes d5, let's say black takes, we take. All very, very messy, and really up to Vincent to figure all this out. Will be very interesting to see how this will proceed.
No, for sure. Things really heating up here. The engine is liking this for white, but once again, I mean, being sitting over the board and just seeing the bar go off, they're two very, very different things. I'm absolutely guilty of this myself. I look at the bar and I'm like, oh, okay, he's close. But no, of course, a completely different story. The position is not for white either.
Yeah, no, indeed. It's always, of course, a lot easier sitting at home and seeing what's happening. But of course, that's the reason why we're doing commentary. We're trying to explain why certain moves are the top engine moves and giving a human explanation. And in the meantime, Hikaru has moved. He's played the move Rook A to E8. So let's throw him on the big board and talk a little bit about what's happened there. So after the move Knight F4, he did play the move Queen D7. In the meantime, I'll throw another game real quick on the second board. Let's throw Yasipenko Grishuk on there. So he's played the move Queen D7 after C3. Rook.
And we need to flip the board again.
Oh,
sorry.
right, yeah, that's Rook A8. And after Bishop E3, he's thinking. So it'll be interesting to see what he will do here. I think eventually he has to move this knight, could be because Queen B3 is kind of a threat at the moment, hitting the pawn on B7 and the pawn on D5. And let's say he would play a move like Knight D8, which is a bit passive. Then after Queen B3, he would always have to move C6 to defend his pawn on D5. So
but
let's see.
You talked about this knight on C6 earlier not being so ideally placed. Can we reroute it somewhere after you bring it to the A to try and go to E6 and swap it for the other knight?
Right, yeah, I like that idea, but I think that after, let's say, Knight D8, as like, let's make a random move for white, right? Like, let's say white goes A4 after Knight E6. I think white never really wants to trade the knights because that should lead to equality. I think white always wants to play a move like knight at d3. Then knight can go to e5 or c5 later on, and the knight on e6 is still a little bit stuck, I mean, it's sort of in the way of the bishop. So yeah, Hikaru will still have some practical problems to solve here. This is one idea. What black could also opt for is maybe something like knight e7 to c8 to d6, but then, I mean, g3 will always be a bit annoying hitting the bishop. So still some small problems to solve here for Hikaru.
Yeah, I'm curious if Hikaru might still be in some kind of prep, but very unlikely. I guess both players most likely on their own, but of course they have seen similar positions before, so yeah, we'll see what Hikaru does, but as you said, still a few opening things to solve, but I guess you're not too worried.
Yeah, I guess he cannot be too worried. I mean, the position is very symmetrical, and I mean, what's the worst that can happen in the Rook E1 Berlin, right? In the very worst case, you get a slightly worse position, but I don't really expect him to get into too much trouble. But yeah, I wonder where his preparation exactly ended. Maybe with bishop f5, and actually he's played the move knight d8 that we discussed. So it'll be interesting to see how Bacrot will continue here. I do expect Hikaru to play c6. Maybe this bishop on h4 has to drop back eventually to, let's say, e7 and then a d6, which should be a slightly better diagonal. And I mean, Bacrot is a little bit better, but I don't really see Hikaru getting into any real danger here, to be honest.
I think all of this still, Hikaru, I think he hasn't in this exact position in his preparation. He's well familiar with the type of position and with the different plans and where the pieces belong. I'm not too worried here.
Yeah, for sure. Right, yeah, so we'll just have to wait for some moves here. Indeed, Bacrot is a little bit better, but don't expect too much trouble for Hikaru. In the meantime, so we've thrown a game of Yasipenko against Grishuk on there. Looks fairly even as well. Grishuk down to 1 hour though, while Yasipenko has Still 1:33 on the clock, if that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, Grishuk, of course, as most people will be aware, he is a notorious time travel addict. And actually, Benjamin, talking about time travel, maybe we can very briefly talk about what the time control is. I think it's the classical, the most used time control of 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then an extra 30 minutes on move 40 with a second increment from move 1.
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, most tournaments have this time control. There are a few exceptions, like the tournament in Vaikensee, that have this long time control with 1 hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves, then an additional 50 minutes. The one thing that is a little bit odd is that the time control is different in different stages of the cycle. I mean, this is the time control they have in the World Cup, but I think in the Candidates tournament as well as the World Championship, they have the time control of Vaikensee with 1 hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves, then an additional 50 minutes, and then... Oh no, wait, the World Championship was actually 2 hours, right? Without any increment for the first.
It was without increment, yeah, but it's so hard to keep track because they also change it all the time. So it's just really, really hard to keep track.
Yeah. And actually, let's have... never mind. Anyway,
Let me see what's going on. I was quickly seeing what's going on elsewhere, but we can stay here and maybe see what the different options are for Etienne Bacrot.
Yeah, so let's see what he should do. I think a move like a4 always makes a lot of sense to just expand a little bit on the queen side. I mean, let's say white puts the pawn on a5. That's always a little bit annoying for black because then b6 is slightly uncomfortable to play because white can open up the a file whenever he wants to. Knight d3 is also an option, but I guess Hikaru will just go c6. And I think the clock times that we're seeing here are correct. Hikaru has 1:21 on the clock and Bacrot a little bit more than 1 hour. So I do think those are the correct times.
Yeah, that seems about right.
But yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait for more moves. So let's keep moving around. Let's see what's happening in the other games. So let's throw Hikaru on the small board. And
Vincent Keimer is still thinking in his game against Dubov, which I think, as we were saying, is probably the most thing right now. I was seeing is Chirov Hare Krishna going towards Tishan? Probably not just yet. And what else is going on?
Well, actually, in the game between Shirov and Hare Krishna, the repetition is gone because, let's say after King b7, White had the repetition with Rook d1, and if King c6, Rook c1, because Black has to go to b7. Because if you go to, let's say, c5, White can take on d5, and if you take with the king, you get skewered with the move Rook d1. You lose the rook. But in the current position, after g3, Rook d7, Rook d1, King c6, if White plays Rook c1 now Black can play King c5. Because if you take the knight, Black can take, and after Rook d1, there's King c6 to defend the rook. And actually, Black is winning in this endgame because he's up a pawn. So this is what we were talking about earlier, how Shirov's position is very active, however, it is not without risk, because he is down a pawn, so he will have to prove the compensation somehow.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what his... what if he goes Rook c1 now?
Yeah, I think if Rook c1 now, I think King c5 from Black, or maybe move like b5 is also possible. But yeah, we'll see how this one will proceed.
Yeah, and okay, let's move on. In general, I was curious, he will be competition, but in general, I never get so excited by games where there are so few pieces on the board, especially when we have so much action going on elsewhere. So where would you like to move on to?
Let's have a look. So let's just update the people what has happened in the game between Wesley So and Lenier Dominguez. So we left off after the move knight f3. Lenier played knight e7. Wesley took back the pawn on c4. Castles, castles, a5 and d5. Yeah, Wesley has a bit of initiative here in the center. Will be interesting to see how Lenier will deal with this, but I think Black should be fine one way or another.
Yeah, Lenier, what do you think the plans here? Like, how do you think this will continue?
Right, yeah, so it's quite a concrete situation here in the center. I don't think Black should take on d5 because then White gets way too active with the bishop that's hitting the rook, but also putting pressure on the king side potentially. So I think that should not be his approach here. Maybe move like bishop a6 to trade off the active bishop on c4. Because that way, I mean, the pawn on d5, I mean, there's really no, let's say, the player straight here. Trading on e6 shouldn't be too concerning for Black. He can always recapture with the queen. And then he's ready to develop the other knight to d7 on the next move. So I think probably that should be Lenier's choice here. Let's see whether he will go for it.
Yeah, he's taking his time as well. What do you think in this match? Will we see some time travel action, or do you think with the 30-second increment players will have that under control mostly?
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, let's say you get down to 30 seconds on the clock when you're living on the increment. Of course, you cannot flag, but you will be under a lot of pressure. I think, yeah, given the fact that it's 90 minutes for 40 moves, there are definitely chances for time pressure. In Vaikanze with 100 minutes, it's a bit less likely.
Even there, we had plenty.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, like you said, given the fact that even in Vaikanze there were a lot of time pressure situations, I do expect time pressure to kick in here as well. I mean, in this game, Lenier has a little more than 1 hour after 13 moves and still a lot of pieces on the board. So this could be one of those games where you know, he could end up in time pressure. So we'll just have to see.
Wait and see.
Yeah.
Okay, so we come back here, yeah, as Lenier decides what to do with this tension in the center.
Indeed, yeah. So, yeah, we have this game between Vincent Keimer and Daniil Dubov. Let's have a look at that. And by the way, the lifetime record in classical games between Hikaru Nakamura and Etienne Bacrot is that Hikaru beat Etienne Bacrot 3-1 with 3-0. Sorry, so 3 wins, 0 losses, and they drew once. Including rapid and exhibition games, Hikaru beat Etienne Bacrot 8-1 with 2 draws. So I think it's quite logical.
Those are some very impressive stats.
Yeah. Yeah, no, indeed, for sure. So I think it's quite logical that Bacrot adopts such a solid strategy here in their game.
Yeah, for sure. Time, if the clock times are correct, at least Hikaru has that going. 20 minutes up on the clock and so early into the game is already something. We'll take that.
Yeah, indeed, something to be optimistic about. But I mean, given the fact that the position is so dry, it is probably unlikely that that's going to be a real factor. Like, let's say the position would be really messy, then being up 20 minutes would matter way more. But I mean, I think it's unlikely that he will get more than a draw from this game.
And I mean, very likely that a result he will be happy with. Remember, the players all play each other twice. So once with each color, and I really think that most players' strategy will be a draw, as Black is in general a fine result, and try and get some chances with the white pieces. So yeah. I think Hikaru, I'm sure, will not be unhappy about a draw here in the first round.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, will be interesting to see how this one will proceed. I expect a move like c6 from Hikaru and just be very, very solid. But we are going to be taking our very first break of today. But don't go anywhere, you guys. There will be more action coming your way from the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. We'll see you guys at the other end of this break. And welcome back, everyone, to the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and it's my pleasure to be joined here by Women International Master Fiona Stel Antoni. Fiona, what has happened so far over the break?
Well, what has happened? We've had one move in Hikaru's game. Queen b3 has appeared. Maybe for those of you who are just joining us now, Hikaru played Berlin in response to Etienne Bacrot's Ruy Lopez opening. And when we last checked in, we thought that Hikaru maybe has some very slight problems to solve still, but nothing dramatic. He knows these positions. So I think, yeah, just a position where white got a little something. Although I see that after Queen b3, Benjamin, the engine has gone back to 0-0. So surely the chat will be happy to see that.
Yeah, no, for sure. We can throw Hikaru's game real fast on the main board. So I think after Queen b3, to me, let's flip the board. To me, c6 looks very natural, just solidifying the pawn on d5. And I don't think Hikaru should have much to worry about. I like this move bishop e7 that he just played. Now he's ready to put the bishop on d6. And also the fact that he's up almost half an hour on the clock could still play a factor later on. But yeah, I do expect to move c6 here.
Yeah, and I really like the way that Hikaru has gone on about this. Like, now that the bishop is back from h4 and it wasn't doing much, as you were saying, on d3, a lot better on that diagonal. So yeah, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so I do expect c6 from black here. I wonder if, you know, he can ever take over the initiative. I guess that's still a bit far off. But you never know, right? I mean, black is completely developed. He shouldn't have much to worry about. I kind of wonder what white's plan should be. I mean, the queen on b3 can also be misplaced. In some lines, he's going to put the bishop on d6. And then maybe, since everything is placed sort of on the king's already, maybe launch something over there. Although, it's probably a bit far off for the moment.
Yeah, but I know what you're getting at. I mean, whenever I see a bishop land on d6, I get a little bit excited by some attacking possibilities. And I agree with you. We're not there yet. A long way to go, but at least there's some active play on the horizon. And although it started from a Berlin, this is a lot more. I'm a lot happier that queens are still on the board, and I think quite a bit of life in this position.
Yeah, no, true. I mean, indeed, just because the position is symmetrical doesn't mean it's dead, right? So indeed, there's still a lot of life in this position. And yeah, once again, given the fact that Hikaru is up so much time, that could play a factor. So yeah, we'll see how this one will proceed. I mean, for now, it's still very, very calm. So
we
yeah,
could potentially go back to Vincent Keimer, because Vincent did play Queen A4 after B4.
So let's see. So that is he did play Queen A4. Okay, so Queen A4 on the board. Right, so after Rook C8 he traded on B4, and after Bishop takes he is thinking. So I guess maybe now he should take on, although I guess if he takes on D5, Black is always going to take. And then after pawn takes, there's always the move Knight B6, hitting the queen, hitting the pawn on D5, which solves all the problems for Black. So,
by the way, the engine did prefer your suggestion. It takes D5 rather than A takes B4.
Okay. Right, but it was, yeah, I mean, maybe there was a little bit, sorry, so after Rook C8 here, Knight takes D5?
Yeah.
Aha, okay, so let's have a look. So knight takes d5, knight takes, pawn takes, knight b6. Yeah, maybe this would have been a little bit better, but of course all still very, very complicated. I guess the difference is that if you trade on b4 right away, then the bishop would be here, protecting the pawn on a5. And then in that case, white cannot take the pawn. But yeah, all very, very complicated. It will be interesting to see how Vincent will deal with the complications. He can also go for a move like e5 or knight a2, hitting the bishop on b4, and maybe taking the knight on c4 later on.
Yeah, one of the questions I have for you, e5. I know it's very tempting, but I'm also kind of tempted to open the e file and maybe bring a rook to e1 and look down at the black king, or will the king just be safe on f8?
Yeah, I think indeed the black king will always sit relatively safe on the f8 square. And if you take on d5, I guess there's always this move knight b6, which is always extremely annoying, hitting the queen and the pawn on d5.
True.
If black would not have that move, I think black just loses on the spot, because everything, the pawn on c6 collapses, the knight on c4 collapses. Oh, and actually knight a2 is played by Vincent. I like this move quite a lot. What do you think Dubov should do here?
It's a great question, because the bishop, I mean, I don't want to lose the bishop on b4, but on the other hand, I'm not too sure. What about again hitting the queen? What happens after knight b6?
Yeah, I like knight b6 because also this knight on c4 is under attack in many cases. So knight b6. I guess the queen will have to drop back to, let's say, c2, and then white doesn't have a real threat, right? The bishop is defended by the pawn, so it's not really under attack. Maybe bishop, and if bishop a6, there's still rook c7. So it looks kind of nice for white in a way, but black is still up a pawn. So very difficult to figure out what's really going on here. But this is definitely, in my opinion, the most exciting game so far of the first round.
Maybe before we move on, one final question. Dubov's queen on h2, completely on the other side of the board. What future do you envision for that queen?
Well, maybe the queen has to go back, with someone like queen c7 to defend all the weaknesses here on the queen side. Indeed, black is taking a pawn, but the queen is a little bit offside there, so I think it just has to come back quickly.
Bring it back.
Yeah. So this game is very exciting. Let's have a look at that other game in the group.
Very quick question. If I put you on the spot and ask you to make a prediction for the result of Keimer against Dubov, what would you predict?
I'm gonna say that Keimer's gonna win.
Interesting. I mean, that would be a huge opening game for him.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, he's making a lot of progress lately. Would indeed be huge for him to beat Dubov in the very first game, because he's not really considered to be a favorite to advance from his group. But I mean, once again, he's putting in the work, and
which, I mean, sometimes I guess it can even work in your favor. And I don't know what you think about this, but I think when you're Vincent Keimer, I think is in this group, and I think this is one of the toughest groups, with Levon, with Vidit, with Dubov, and then Vincent very clearly the underdog in this group. And I think sometimes it can work in your favor that mark you as the guy to beat, and they might take more risk, get more chances to counter strike.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think that's very much in play here in this game. I think Dubov has adopted quite a risky strategy against Vincent, and it looks like it's probably just going to backfire. I mean, Dubov is in a lot of trouble. So I think you raise a very good point that indeed sometimes being the lowest rated player in your group can play in your favor, because the other guys want to take more risks against you, and then you get more chances.
Let's go to the other game, where I see that a few people in the chat are already concerned about Vidit's position, and maybe we can just catch up with the moves we missed since leaving this.
So I think we left off after bishop d6, queen c2, c6, knight ge2, rook e8. Bishop d2 was played by Levon, b6, castles, bishop a6 by Vidit, king h1 by Levon, c5, rook 81, in g6. I mean, looks quite interesting. Actually, black has a little trick here, which is why Vidit played the move g6. If white plays a move like f3 here, black has c4, and suddenly the bishop on d3 is trapped. So, if white wants to play f3 to be able to strike in the center with e4, he should trade on a6 first, bring out the knight, and then go f3.
Is that what you would do?
Yeah, I think that's quite a logical strategy. Yeah, I like this plan of playing for e4 in the center. I don't really see what else he could do. Also, I like f3 because it stops knight g4 and any sort of tactics on the king side. So I think trading on a6 and f3 looks like the way to go here for Levon. Yeah.
I agree with you that actually these ideas with knight g4, queen h4 look a little bit scary for white. If Levon doesn't, based on f3, does he have to stop knight g4? Is that already a kind of threat?
Yeah, knight g4 has to be addressed in some cases, but also the move c4, right? He could play a move like knight g3, but then I feel like the knight is a little bit off on the g3 square, because f5 is covered by the black pawns, e4 is covered by the black pawn, so knight on g3 doesn't really have a future there. And then maybe still moves like knight g4 can be annoying in the future. So it'll be interesting to see how Levon will handle this position.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I like your suggestion of taking on a6 and f3. I think makes a lot of sense. But yeah, we'll see what Levon decides on. Actually, Benjamin, I'll put you on the spot again. Do you know what the rules are in terms of draw offer? It's one of the things I wanted to look up but forgot.
That is a very good question. I think the rules are that players cannot offer a draw before move 30. So after they can offer draw, so it's not like draw offers are completely eliminated, but there is a limit to it. So yeah, only after move 30 from black. So let's say you're white, you cannot play your 30th move and offer a draw. But if you're black, you can play your 30th move and offer a draw. So those are the rules that are in place.
Okay. Okay, I think that's good news. Good news for us as fans.
And no, you guys, I'm not making things up. I did look this up in the regulations because I was talking about it with Hikaru during the Vaikansei coverage. Yeah.
And yeah. Okay, so do we... I don't know you too well, but I think you would be a bad liar. I don't think you could pull off just making up regulations on the fly.
Indeed, yeah, I can't. It's not my thing. And actually, as we speak, we have more moves from Bacrot. So let's put this game on the main board and let's analyze what's going on. So Bacrot has played the move bishop f4. So we'll just put Yesipenko versus Grishuk on the second board. So bishop f4 by Bacrot. Interesting move. Maybe knight e6 now from black to hit the bishop, but I guess you just drop back to g3, right?
I guess so. I mean, g3 looks like the natural square.
Yeah. I do think.
And then I guess. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, I was just saying that I do think bishop f4 was a good choice by Bacrot, because if he doesn't play that, then black is going to put his bishop on d6, and white is unable then to put the bishop on f4. So he just sort of grabs that diagonal first. But yeah, to me, knight e6 looks quite natural. Bishop g3, and then I think black has maybe knight g5 to e4. Makes a lot of sense. Will be interesting to see how Hikaru will deal with this position.
And maybe we can just, flip the board again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my bad.
And for me, I mean, I completely understand that people ask to flip. It's even for me, when I look at the position first for white and then for black, like it's always a little bit confusing. I know for you, super GMs, it's not so hard, but for us lowly amateurs, it's not so easy. So yeah, if we look at that position, we see with the knight coming into e4, and as white, how do you go on about meeting knight e4?
Yeah, indeed, 94 is indeed Black's plan. White also has the move 95. That's been asked a lot about in the chat, but I think we just sidestep with the move queen c8. We never want to go to the c7 square, because then we step into this discovery, but c8 looks like the right square. We defend the pawn on b7. And then we can go f6 on the next move, hit the knight, and go knight e4. So yeah.
I'm just laughing at the chat. I like how they all noticed that you didn't blink when I called you Super GM.
Oh yeah, I'm not quite a Super GM, but I mean there's so many things for me to keep an eye out on. So yeah.
No, for
Very
sure.
funny
I mean,
chat.
also you are a strong GM. I don't know what exactly qualifies a Super GM. I think back in the day, 100 plus, right? I think.
Yeah, I think back in the day it was definitely 2700 plus. These days, whether 2700 still qualifies as sort of arbitrary, but I would say like if you're top 20, then definitely. Yeah.
For sure. What was your peak rating actually, or what is your? I don't even know what you. This is quite bad. What's your rating right now?
My rating right now is 2624. My peak rating is 2650 live. So yeah.
Okay, only 50 points of super GM.
Right. Indeed, yeah.
Wandering Bishop's asking, what do you call Hikaru, who's adopted super GMs and bits? Giga GM. I don't know.
Giga GM, yeah. All right, so let's see. Anyway, Hikaru is staying in the current position. 96 does look like, yeah, Giga Chat GM, exactly. 96 does look like the move to me, bishop g3. And, I mean, interesting. He could trade on d3 in some cases. That would be very dry to make sure that there's never any 95 jumps. I mean, a very solid way of playing this. If you want to make a draw, just trade on d3, let's say. Then you go bishop d6, trade off that bishop, and then everyone goes home happily ever after, and the game is going to be a draw. So that is one option. I think, yeah, Hikaru must feel that there's no danger at all, but the question is whether he can create any real chances here.
I was just going to ask you about that. Do you think we're already at that point where Hikaru feels like, okay, I've more or less equalized. Let's see if I can more?
It's a good question. I wouldn't be surprised if he just plays this solidly, tries to make the draw, and then get ready for the next game. That would sort of be my prediction. But of course, maybe chances could present themselves later on. Once again, a win here with Black would be huge. I mean, that would be a huge step towards qualification for the next round, because if you start winning your games with Black, then you're definitely in very good shape. But I think a draw is still, you know, the most likely result here.
100%. Benjamin, I'll be back in 1 second. Some eagle-eyed viewers saw Alex drop in. Actually, I don't even need to be back. He dropped a tea. It's a cold and rainy day in Amsterdam. Grab my tea, my cup of tea.
Oh yeah, sure.
Hey. Okay, I'm already back.
Oh yeah, back, yeah.
He literally just dropped it on the floor, opened the door like 10 centimeters, and put the cup on the floor. So, yeah. Okay. Shall we leave Hikaru to it, see if he e6, if it's something else, and come back here?
Yeah, for sure. By the way, say hi to Alex from me and everyone in the chat. Send him our regards.
Will do.
Okay, awesome. But yeah, I think we'll just have to wait and see for more moves in this Hikaru game. So let's see what's happening in the other game. So let's throw Hikaru on the second board. So which game do you want to have a look at on the main board?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Yasipenko against Grishuk from that same pool. The only thing that's interesting there is Grishuk's time situation. He is down to under half an hour, which is quite crazy. They're only on move 12. Maybe we can quickly check in there.
Oh, really? I'm seeing 35 minutes on my end, but that is definitely an issue for
Yeah, no,
Grishuk.
could be. Yeah.
I mean, these times are always a bit weird. Like, I don't know what time is correct. The one thing I would say, though, is that the position is already quite simplified in the sense that, you know, he wants to go knight c6 on the next move. So if more pieces get traded off, then 35 minutes should not really be an issue for Grishuk. The one thing is, though, that let's say Grishuk will get chances later on, he might not be able to capitalize on them because he will be low on the clock. But it's not going to be easy here for Yasipenko to create any real problems here, I would think.
I never like isolated pawns. What do you make of the pawn on?
Yeah, the pawn on c4 is a bit weak, but like, let's say white goes c5 and then knight b3, it should be nicely defended and difficult for black to take any real advantage of. Then after that, white can also move the knight to c4 and let's say the d6 or the b6 square. So that, I think that could be a nice plan for Yasipenko. But of course, indeed, I mean, it's sort of, white has his knight, his bishop on g2, but on the flip side, he has his pawn on c4, right? So I think it's just a case of where you can have everything in life, so to speak, right? There's pros and cons to this position.
Yeah, I think this game most likely will end peacefully, I think. So in this pool, both games very much Bacrot against Hikaru and this clash between the two Russians. Shall we move on to group B?
Sure, let's have a look at that game. Or, yeah, so which game in Group B do you want to have a look at? So maybe let's tune into Wojciech versus Rapport. So we had more moves here. After knight c e5, bishop e7 was played by Richie. We saw a trade on c6, bishop takes, and after queen d4, queen a8. A nice move by Rapport, neutralizing the bishop on g2. Rook ac1 by Wojciech, h6 by Rapport, making sure he can never get backring checkmated. And Radoslav played the move bishop f1. Very interesting. So his idea is that he wants to move the knight and not have the bishop on g2 be hanging. And I guess if black takes on f3 twice, then maybe he just takes on b5. That's why he put the bishop on b1. So to me, it looks like white has quite a nice advantage. He's controlling both the open files, and now after 95, black will definitely have some problems to solve here. So I think Wojciech can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, bishop f1 is a very nice move. I think it's a move that's kind of it's not easy to spot. It looks a bit unnatural, but I like what he's doing. I guess if move instead like knight e1 and the bishops were traded, the position would just be equal, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think someone like knight e1 would be a little bit too timid, because black just trades, then goes, let's say, rook c6. So first he solves the problem with the bishops, and then he neutralized the c file, and black should be fine here. So I think I really like this move, bishop f1, chosen by Wojciech. And yeah, Richard could be in some trouble here. I mean, 95 is coming. I don't see necessarily how he's gonna solve his problems.
You know, I have to laugh because Richard, well, he had a great event in Vaikensee. He shared second place. And during the closing ceremony, I asked every of the prize winners a quick question. And I asked Richard Rapport which was his favorite game from the tournament. And you know what he said? The game. Well, I'll let you take a guess.
So maybe the game against Magnus?
No, he chose the game against Dubov, which he won by walkover.
Oh. Yeah, Richard always likes to say like, yeah, the game against Dubov, so I didn't have to play that day.
I know, yeah.
Was that what he said, or?
No. In this case, he said that like the game against Dubov, wasn't played. He was one of the opponents of Dubov when Dubov had to drop out.
Mm-hmm. Right. So why exactly was that his favorite game, or?
Because he didn't like that game wasn't played.
Okay. Yeah. No, indeed. No. Yeah.
But it's fine. I mean, he's a very interesting character. I think Richard Rapport, a big fan favorite. Also someone who's always so exciting to follow.
Indeed, yeah. No, I remember actually after this Norway chess tournament, they asked him what was your highlight or sort of your favorite part of the tournament. And he said, yeah, well, right now is my favorite part of the tournament. It's over and I don't have to be stressed anymore. So.
I know, yeah, he very often gives these answers where it's like, okay, does he even love playing chess? I think he had a few interviews where he was like, I'm just glad this tournament is over and this and that. But nevertheless, I mean, he's one of the very strongest players in the world. Battle of Indeeds today. Oh my God. I had during Steel Chess, I had one day, I don't know what got into me, where I would always say absolutely. And everyone was like, oh, let's drinking game, have a shot every time she says absolutely. Today, Indeed is the new absolutely.
Right, yeah, indeed. Chat always likes these one things to keep themselves entertained. The one thing I would say about Richie, and people do have to keep this in mind, that every chess player, they love the game of chess. However, playing chess can be quite different in a sense. I mean, especially, professional chess, because it can be quite stressful at times. That's why you sometimes hear chess players say like, I hate chess, or like, I want to quit, I never want to play. Again, it's really because of how stressful the game can be.
How often have you proclaimed you were going to quit chess, or are you not one of these guys?
Not openly, so never, yeah.
Interesting, but that's good to hear. And meanwhile, by the way, we see on the small board that Hikaru has gone knight e6, the move we were expecting, and we expect bishop g3. See, there's calls in the chat to go back to Vincent Keimer. Let me just see that there's actually been developments there. Well, only one move, but looks like the engine doesn't like Dubov's last move. You had asked me, and I don't know if you want to go back there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you had asked me, what would you do at a2? And I was like, well, I don't want to lose the bishop, but I don't know if I want to drop it back. But that's what Dubov did, dropping the bishop back to e7.
He went bishop e7. So I guess his idea is that if white takes on c4 twice, he wants to take the pawn on g2. And black should be in fairly good shape, because f3 is then also weak. So let's see, white could do something like taking on c4, and then maybe rook to d2, defending the pawn on g2, and then picking up the pawn on c4 on the next move. That looks actually quite good for white. I mean, white's pawn structure is very, very healthy, and actually black's pawn structure has weaknesses all over the place.
I mean, I really like your suggestion. After rook d2, how does black defend the pawn on c?
Yeah, I think he doesn't. Yeah, I think you're simply going to lose the pawn, and that position should be quite miserable. Because after queen takes c4, white can always follow up with a move like rook to c2, and then put a lot of pressure along the d-file. White's king is also pretty safe on b1, and the black king still has some, like, it doesn't really have a safe home, so to speak. So yeah.
No, for sure. I mean, this looks really, really good for Vincent. Out of all the games that we have going on, this is the most likely, at least at the moment, I think, to lead to a decisive result.
Yeah, no, I think we said it earlier. I think Vincent is gonna win this game. That would be a huge start for him. Of course, it's too early to call it, but if I would have to, you know, guess a result right now, that would be my guess, because it's looking very good for him.
For sure. And Mr. Buck, when is the really fast part of this tournament? I miss clock.
Right, so the really fast part of this tournament is gonna be on potential tiebreak days. Once again, guys, this is a classical chess tournament. So they will play 6 classical rounds in the group stage. Let's say 2 players are tied for first place. Then they will play the day after to determine who will move on to the knockout stage. If you've already won your group, you have a nice rest day, but that's when we will see some faster chess. I guess they will start out with something like 25 plus 10 games.
20, yeah. Yeah, so the games won't even be so fast. The rapid, I don't need too much clock banging, but then of course from rapid it will go to blitz. Just making that up, but I assume that's how it will go. Let me see if I can very quickly. So it's 2 plus 10 games, and then 2, 3 plus 2, and then if needed, Armageddon.
Is that official, or is that okay? That is official. All right, so 15 plus 10, then 3 plus 2, and then an Armageddon. Okay, I mean, once again, that is to Hikaru's favor.
No, for sure, and I think. Well, first of all, he'll have to qualify. He'll have to put himself in that position, which is not an easy feat. I'm still curious. I don't know if today is gonna give us all the answers. What do you think Hikaru could have done in the lead up to the tournament to shake a little bit of the rust in classical chess?
Well, I think the fact that he's been very active online should make him not rusty. Of course, classical chess is still different. You sort of still have to prepare for it mentally, I would say. But I mean, from my experience, I haven't played too much ever since the pandemic hit, and ever since I would come back to a classical tournament, I felt like the fact that I've practiced so much online did not make me rusty. And I remember also talking to other people, they felt, you know, the best way to warm up for a tournament was playing a lot of chess online to sort of get back into the feeling. So I think that's really been his recipe to warm up for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting what you're saying, because when I say rusty, of course, I mean class. I think no other player in the world is even close of games that Hikaru plays online. And yeah, I think also it's a very personal. I think some players might feel that rust feeling more, while others might feel like, okay, I've played online so much and I don't feel such a big difference. By the way, speaking of just one new move, so after knight e6, the white bishop did drop back to g3, indeed, and Hikaru now playing queen to c8.
Right, so let's have a look real quick at what has happened. So let's flip the board. This is still, believe it or not, but this is still the same game. It's still the same game. Anyway, so after knight e6, bishop g3, and queen of c8. I would think, if I have to guess, his idea of queen c8 is to go bishop d8 and bishop c7, and to get out of dodge of a potential knight e5 jump. I wonder what Bacrot should do here. I mean, you can go rook e3, but then you always get hit with a move like bishop g5, so that is not ideal. You cannot play rook e2 because then you hang the knight. Maybe a move like a4, expanding a little bit on that side of the board, but that maybe Hikaru also wants to go for knight g5 and knight e4. He just wants to sidestep this move, knight e5. So yeah, once again, given the fact that the position is symmetrical, doesn't mean it's a draw.
I mean, you said, okay, he wants to sidestep knight e5, which makes sense. Can we go knight e5 anyway?
Good question. So let's have a look. So let's say white goes knight e5 anyway. Maybe now we can we get away with bishop d6? I guess we can, right? I don't see any tactic for white. Because let's say we take the pawn on f7, we take the bishop on g3. Or do we always take that bishop first? So, good question. I think bishop d6 will be Hikaru's response. If white is in a peaceful mood, he will go bishop d3 and try to trade everything off. But yeah, looking quite solid for Hikaru.
Do you think?
Go ahead.
No, sorry. Yeah, I'll let you finish first, and then I'll ask my question.
Oh, yeah. I was saying it's also a good sign that he has 56 minutes compared to Bacrot's 42 minutes. But sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering. Do you think that it can feel like I didn't really get much out of the opening here, and might be looking to, if possible?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think usually, especially when you're playing someone who's 100 points higher rated, when you don't really get anything out of the opening, then sometimes players tend to look for a way to just bail out and make a draw. But there's no easy way for white to just force a draw here or anything like that. It will still be a game, you know? I mean, even though the position is symmetrical, moves will be made here and the game will go on. The question is whether, Hikaru can create any real winning chances.
Yeah, and I liked what you were saying about when you were asking, I wonder what white will do next, because I kind of like white's position visually. But then at the same time, I'm like, okay, but what next? Where do my pieces belong? And it's, as we saw, not so easy to come up with an answer.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. So if we just have a look, I think someone like a4 would make sense. And I wonder, let's say black goes knight g5. Does white ever play a move like f3 to stop the knight from coming to e4? I mean, I would think that makes sense. I've seen a lot of people in the chat suggesting h5, h4. That's also definitely an idea to keep an eye out on.
I like that idea a lot.
And for those of you who are wondering what symmetrical means, it usually refers to a symmetrical pawn structure. So if you have a look at the pawn structure, it's actually completely symmetrical. Look at the white pawns on the king side in the center. But especially we refer to the situation in the center. Like let's say white plays a move like h3, then we're not going to say like, oh, now it's not symmetrical anymore. It's really, once again, these pawns here in the center that define the position as being symmetrical. So I hope that makes sense to everyone.
I think that makes sense. Let us know. Did that make sense, Chad? Okay, and by the way, just back there, but in the other game we were looking at, Vincent Keimer play rook d2, your suggestion, which I liked a lot. Actually, maybe we can leave that other game on the small board. I don't know if we want to keep the same game from the same group, but suddenly the bar has gone the other way after Vincent's last move. Engine apparently not a fan. I don't know why that is, but now black can take the pawn on g2, and yeah, things are really, really heating up.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as to what Vincent has done with the move d5. I mean, queen takes g2 looks fine for black. I mean, let's say you go d6, we can always go bishop d8, because the d7 square is covered by the knight. I would think that taking on c6 is also not too dangerous after, let's say, queen takes f3, and black is always hitting the pawn on e4 with a check. So yeah, I don't like this move d5. I think rook d2 would have been more or less a winning advantage, but now after d5, queen takes g2, it's really anyone's game, I would think. I mean, what is white even gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious, but very surprised by Vincent's choice to go d5. Very curious what he will play after queen takes g2, which seems to be the natural move.
Yeah, indeed. I was thinking maybe his idea So queen takes g2 is to go e5. Because you cannot take the pawn on d5, because I go rook takes d5 and the pawn on c6 is pinned. So you cannot do that. I guess you would have to play knight d7, so you get out of this d6, d7 idea. And then maybe he wants to take on c6. But the question is, does this work out? I mean, the knight can just move to, let's say, c5, hit the queen. And after someone like queen b5, white doesn't really have a threat, I don't think, with the move c7. I mean, I don't think there's anything too scary.
It looks scary, but there might be nothing, but it looks scary at least.
Yeah. And actually, as we speak, Bacrot has played the move knight e5. So now we'll be curious to see how Hikaru will respond. So everyone was saying this move h5. So
h5, yeah.
So what happens after h5? Like, let's say white goes h3. I guess we go h4, bishop h2, and bishop d6 maybe, and then the bishop is always hanging with a check potentially. That's sort of the only thing I can come up with.
Okay, but I'm already a little something, no?
Yeah, no.
At least the position is getting very unbalanced after h5.
Yeah, no, indeed, the pawn, let's say the pawn would come to h4 versus white's pawn on h3. That's always a small advantage for black, structurally speaking, because then let's say the knight lands on f4 later on. It cannot be easily challenged, because g3 is controlled by the black pawn on h4. So that could be a way for Hikaru to potentially imbalance the position.
What do you think are the chances that Hikaru will go h5?
I think something like bishop d6 is more likely and keep it solid. On the other hand, I mean,
do you feel that h5 is more a computer move?
I think so, yeah. I think from a human perspective, you just sort of want to be solid, I would think. Just play normal moves, and h5 might not be on your radar necessarily.
Yeah.
But if he goes for it, that'd be great, because that could imbalance the position and maybe offer him some winning chances.
Yeah, I think especially, okay, the time advantage, it's not huge, 15 minutes, but it's something. They are on move 20 right now, so still 20 moves to go. I'll be cheering for the move h5, but we will see. As you're saying, bishop d6 also looks very logical. We also, you had talked about the move knight g5, right? With the idea to go to e4.
Yeah, and as people were talking, like of course a win would be great here for Hikaru, but a draw would not be the end of the world. People do have to keep in mind that Bacrot is a very strong grandmaster, and he's playing with white. I mean, you cannot win on demand with the black pieces. I think what Hikaru has done so far is completely fine. I think a solid move like bishop d6 is very much possible, or the move h5 that we suggested earlier on if he is feeling a bit more combative.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is going to take some time here, because would you agree that this is kind of a critical moment, at least if h5 pops up on his radar?
Yeah, it's a good question whether it's on his radar. I think there's a good chance he goes bishop d8.
Okay, bishop d8. Bishop d8. We talked about bishop d6. What's the idea behind bishop d8?
I mean, I guess his idea is to put the bishop on c7. I'm just a little bit surprised why he would not go
c7
bishop
and not d6. Yeah.
Oh, if bishop d6, there might be the move knight g6. Once again, you cannot let white take here, and if we take on g3, there's knight takes f8. And then we lose an exchange. Yeah, that would be a big problem. So bishop d8, therefore, nice move by Hikaru. And as we discussed earlier, if Chen wants to keep it very solid, he will play bishop d3. We'll trade on d3, bishop c7. The only thing though is that, let's say after trade on c7 and something like rook e3, white is still a tiny bit better. Like, he has a bit of pressure along the e file. still some small problems to solve. So we'll see whether Ichan will go for that. But yeah, bishop d8 is on the board by Hikaru.
Okay, let's. Do you want to put it on the small board and jump around a little bit, or?
Yeah, we'll put Hikaru's game on the small board. It's not the most exciting game so far. So yeah, let's put that here. So what other game do you want to have a look at?
I mean, I was just having a look at the other game from Hikaru's group A. Yasipenko against Wishuk. They are only on move 13, Benjamin.
Only move 13.
That's crazy.
Right, and what exactly... So Grishuk has 26 minutes, is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
Alright, but okay, he's hitting the rook on d1, that is not that easy to deal with, and now he can develop the knight to d7. So Grishuk is known to take a lot of time, however he does come up with very good moves. And we'll see what's gonna happen.
I was just gonna ask you, is he gonna put the knight in between or is he gonna move the rook? But Andre answered the question. He's just played rook d2.
But I guess now knight d7 for Grishuk, and I'm starting to like his position. He could put the knight on c5, and the pawn on b7 is not really an issue. And white's knights look really off to me. I mean, where's the knight on a3 ever gonna go? That's why we suggested this move c5 earlier on, so the knight could come to c4. But now, the pawn on c4 will be blocked after knight d7, and then knight d7 by Grishuk is on the board. So I think Grishuk has potentially some chances to strike here in the very first game, which would be huge for him.
Absolutely. I mean, for Hikaru in a way, it would be, I guess, bad news. And for Hikaru, like, I think in general, you don't want to see a direct competitor win as black.
Indeed, yeah, for sure. Grishuk will be his main competitor, so he's sort of silently hoping for a draw there. Once again, the one issue for Grishuk is the fact that he has only 23 minutes. I don't see him getting into any real trouble, but if he will get chances, he might not be able to capitalize on them because he will have too little time. That's sort of my take.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that's a good take. I think draw is still the most likely result. As we see in Hikaru's game, that the light squared bishops have come off.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, now we could see some liquidation here, right?
Right, yeah, so a trade on d3 happened and then bishop c7. It's looking fairly even. We discussed this position earlier, how white is probably gonna do something like trade on c7 and then double on the e file with a little bit of pressure. But I mean, question is whether it's anything real, right? I mean, I don't really see Hikaru getting into any real problems here, but if anyone's better, it's definitely white.
Yeah, I think quite a little something, but it looks like with accurate moves, Hikaru should have everything under control. Maybe we can move on to pool B, where I see a lot of viewers in the chat were asking us to go back to Wojciech report, which is coming to life. And Benjamin, when we left there, you liked Wojciech's position, and I think you might like it even more now.
Yeah. So after. Wait, so very interesting what has happened. So, bishop f1 was played by Wojciech, bishop d5, knight e5, queen b8, and the move f3, and Richard played rook d6. Now I'm wondering, I guess his idea is that if white goes e4, he wants to go rook f d8, or I was thinking rook f d8. So in case white takes, he takes with the rook and collects the rook on d1. But apparently the computer is suggesting the move rook d8. And the point is that if white takes on d5, we're going to recapture. And we're not going to win the rook on d1, but we're going to win the knight on e5. And white is in trouble. So, very interesting. The knight on e5 is then hanging in a lot of variations. So, what should white... I mean, after rook d6, the computer is suggesting the move queen c5. Which makes sense because it prepares the move e4 and it keeps the pawn on b5 under attack. But
okay, so let's have a look. Queen c5.
let's say rook d8. And then just queen c7, and the endgame is very unpleasant for black.
Queen c7 is a nice move.
Yeah, because the pawns on b5 and a5 are quite weak. White is controlling the d file and the c file. He can go e4 at any moment, hitting the bishop and hitting the pawn on b5. So I think it looks pretty good for Wojtaszek. Question is whether he will find this sequence starting with queen c5, which seems to be sort of the only way to keep a real advantage.
So queen c5, we'll see if can find that move. How it is to find?
I think he's looking at e4, and then probably he realizes that black has some defensive ideas like rook to d8. And then he must be able to spot the idea of going queen c5, which keeps that threat in a position. And then if rook d8, he must realize that queen c7 is very good for him. So I think it is pretty findable. I think there's a very good chance he will find it. That's what I think, yeah.
And we've had more development in Hikaru's game. Etienne did not play rook e3, so now Hikaru dropping the knight back to c7 and then inviting an exchange of rooks on the e file.
Right, yeah, so Hikaru actually recaptured with the knight. A bit surprising, but I guess his idea is that after a4, now he probably Oh, no worries. I guess his idea is to trade on e1, and after rook takes to go rook e8. And then after a trade on e8, take with the knight. That's why he recaptured the knight. And then he wants to put the knight on d6, where it sits very nicely. It always defends the pawn on b7, defends any other important square. So it's looking very dry. I think we'll just see a draw there, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you think Etienne will try to win here, or do you think we could see a...
I mean, he will try for a little bit, but I'll be surprised. I mean, he's gonna try, but I think Hikaru will just be very solid in this position. Actually, as we speak, those trades are on the board, rook takes e1 and rook e8, so I think it will be a fairly quick draw, which is not the greatest result, but a fine result for
Yeah,
Hikaru.
I think for sure Hikaru he will be happy with that start, but the game isn't over yet, so let's wait and see. But yeah, pieces are coming off, and I think Hikaru should hold without too many problems. In Group B, so on the big board that we have up, shall we check in with the other against Oparin?
Yeah, so it looks a little bit better for Fedosave. We had some developments here. The pawn on d5 is isolated. Question is whether white can take any real advantage of it. The thing is also, you generally can't win a game based on one weakness. So even though white is better, I would be surprised if Fedosave can pull off a win here, given the fact that it's only one weakness. But yeah, we are going to be taking a very short break. Hikaru's game looks fairly quiet. But we will see how that one will develop. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will see you guys at the other end of this break.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the first leg of the Vidit Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, Hikaru's game seems to be headed for a draw. What do you make of what's been happening so far?
Yeah, I think it was a very solid start to the tournament for Hikaru, which I'm sure he'll be happy with the black pieces. I really think we've said it many times today already, so if you've been watching from the start, apologies about the repetition, but I think in general approach will be a draw with black is a good result. Try something with the white pieces if they get chances. With black, if their opponents overpress, then they can bounce, but I think in general they will always be happy with a draw with black, and Etienne played very solidly. Also, I think the rating difference on paper, it looks like it's 100 points, which might seem a lot, but Etienne Bacrot, he was at his time the youngest grandmaster ever when he became a grandmaster. He's for so long. He's been 2700 plus for most of his life. I don't think the rating he has right now does his level justice.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think he's a bit underrated. I remember watching him at the World Cup over the summer, and back then he was rated like 2680 or something. So I feel like that is way more reflective of his strength. But indeed, I mean, let's just put Hikaru's game on the main board real quick. I think it's just headed for a draw. The players are at move 29. So actually on the next move, if Hikaru would want to, he could make a move and offer a draw. I wouldn't be shocked if we'd see that just to sort of get the game over with, and then he can focus on the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very often when both players feel like this position is just draw, especially with this format with 6 rounds, they are not so interested to stay at the board for longer than necessary. They will, in most cases, just call it a day as early as possible and go back and prepare for the next game.
Indeed, yeah, and yeah, I just don't really see anything happen here for either side. So let's see. Let's have a look at the game between GMHikaru and Grishuk. We'll throw that on the small board. So after knight bd7, GMHikaru played rook b1, knight c5 and knight b3. And is Grishuk's time correct? Does he really have only 13 minutes?
I think that is correct. That's not a lot of time, but it's also not unusual for Grishuk.
True, yeah. So let's see what he should do here. I would think that trading on b3 is in white's favor because white is going to recapture, and now the pawns are connected again. So I don't think black should do that. On the other hand, let's say you make a random move like let's say h6, white could consider taking on c5, and then they take the pawn on b7. So not an easy position. I mean, Grishuk should be completely fine here, but it will be interesting to see how he will. I mean, 13 minutes is really very little.
Also, let's remind our viewers we are only on move 16. Well, in Grishuk's case, he's only made 15 moves, so he still has to make 25 moves, and that's a lot of moves.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, if he makes 25 more moves, he will get an additional half an hour. So that'll be the big question, whether he can keep a good position until the time control.
Yeah, I think both of us are fairly certain. I don't think I've ever seen Grishuk actually lose on time. I've seen him be very low on times, but he never quite loses. The thing is, the question is more, as you're saying, will he lose the grip on the position?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I think he will keep it together, but you never know.
Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back here. Do you want to bless you?
Thank you.
Do you want to move forward to somewhere else?
Yeah, for sure. So let's have a look. So let's throw Hikaru on the small board. So yeah, go ahead. Which game do you want to look at?
I was going to suggest going back once again to Vincent Keimer and Daniil Dubov.
Okay, sure. So let's see what has happened there. So after bishop takes c4, d takes c4, d5, Dubov played the move king f8. Now Vincent took on c4, and Dubov dropped back to c7. Vincent took on c6, queen takes, and after... So I guess white is gonna trade. Indeed, that is what happened. And after rook takes, white should have quite a nice endgame, because his pawn on a5 is quite weak. Maybe you can just attack it right away with the move bishop d2. Your rook can always step to c1, and in the endgame it's also nice that the white king is on b1, right? It's ready to attack this weakness over here, while the black king is a bit far off on f8. If the king would magically be on, let's say, b7, black should be completely fine, but now the pawn on a4 will be very difficult to defend, so I think Vincent can be very happy about this position.
To be honest, I am shocked that Daniil didn't take on g2.
Yeah, same. I quite surprised why. I kind of wonder. There's probably a line that both players considered.
Yeah.
yeah, probably they both looked at the same line and thought for the same reason why, Queen takes c2 was not a good move. So it'll be interesting to see maybe in an interview after on.
I was gonna say that, I'm curious if the players will let us know discussed after the game. But now Vincent Keimer, as you were saying, a pleasant end game for him. And also, unlike the position we had previously, here there's so much danger to his position any longer. The queens are off the board. So I think Vincent should be very, very happy with what he's got here.
For sure. And I just wanted to ask you, so you were one of the interviewers in Vaikanze. Like, what is sort of your experience? Like, what do you feel like is fair to ask from the players in terms of, engine lines, and what do you think is not? Just curious.
Yeah, I think in general, I try to not bring up engine moves too much, because also I think the players lately have become a lot less patient, and I understand them. Like, it's not fun being confronted by someone. The interviewer always is, even if they're decent players than them, and to ask them, oh, the computer suggested this, it's like, can they, very often it's putting them in a spot where there's not much they can say, and so yeah, I tend to not ask. But I think here in this situation, I think it would be fair enough to ask. At some point you could take on G2, why didn't you do that? Because it's not like a super deep hidden engine move, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that you make a very good point there. And once again, we are all wondering, like, why was that move not played? So it's always very interesting to hear then what the players are thinking. But of course, it is a bit unfair to be like, oh yeah, why didn't you go for that line, and then at the 10 move at the end of the variation, you have this queen sacrifice, like.
I know. I mean, memories of the world match, right? In this, was it that crazy game where Magnus was asked, oh, and then, because also very often, even though Maurice is a GM, if you ask, it's a dangerous situation for the interviewer as well, because then the player might say, oh, he then does this. And if you don't know all the lines very well as the interviewer, then you're like, don't know.
I think I remember once I think it was in the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano. They asked him about a certain move that was, very difficult. And then Magnus said, yeah, but then he just plays this. And then the interviewer also didn't know. So it's like, okay, at least if you're going to ask about an engine move, at least be well prepared to know what you're asking about, because otherwise it's not fair to the players, I feel.
For sure. And by the way, chat, I'm so sorry about my connection. I have no idea what's going on. I mean, I managed to stream from the connection is fine, the connection is fast, so I have no idea what is going on with that, but I promise I will look into it after the stream today, and hopefully tomorrow the issues will be solved. My apologies.
Yeah. So we're doing the best we can here, you guys.
My mic is taken over by Roberts. What's that supposed to be? Has my sound gone weird?
Everything sounds fine to me, and I think to most people in the chat.
Okay, so let's move on from here.
Anyway, so yeah, it's looking really good for Vincent. Let's have a quick look at the other game in that group between Levan and VD. So we left off after the move.
What did you call him? Did you call him VD?
Yeah, VD.
VD, like the initials, yeah?
Well, it's sort of a funny thing. When I first heard VD, I thought it's basically like Vidit without a T, right? Yeah. But it turns out when they say VD, they are referring to like VD.
Yeah,
those are his initials.
Yeah. That's also on his merge. He wore his merge to at least one of the games in Vaikanze, but I'd never heard it pronounced. VD.
Yeah. But yeah, that's just sort of how they like to talk to each other. For example, they call Anish AG, because those are his initials.
Yeah. But VD, those are not his initials, I guess, yeah?
No, but let's say they work on files in Chessbase. Instead of putting the whole names, they like to put their initials there. So let's say Anish is AG, right, and I'm BB, right? Pretty straightforward. And then VD, Vidit is VD.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day.
That's where it comes from, yeah. And then, for example, Adiban is AD. It's sort of the whole thing, yeah.
But I didn't know that was a chess-based thing. But I should use chess-based more often.
Yeah, well, that's sort of how it started. Like normal people, they just put those initials in chess-based, but that's how they actually like call each other. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's look at the game.
All right. So yeah, let's see. So bishop e7 happened. Knight f4 by Levon. Knight bd7, f3 now. Knight f8. He played b4. We saw trade on d4. And the one thing I would say for VD is that he's getting a little bit low on time. He has 22 minutes for 30. Wait, what? Why would he give up the bishop voluntarily for the knight? Wait, what do you think his justification is after bishop takes f4?
I have no idea. To be honest, I can't focus. Every time you say VD, I just crack up. I need to get my act together.
So yeah, what do you think VD wants to do after bishop takes f4 here?
Okay, do I bring the knight out to 3-6?
Yeah, knight e6 makes a lot of sense. You hit the bishop and the pawn on d4. I guess now white goes bishop e5 or bishop e3, which should be quite pleasant. Oh, actually, he has answered our question. He's played the move knight h5.
Knight h5, yeah.
I quite like that move, because he's hitting the bishop on f4. And now let's say you go back to d2, right? His idea is to go queen to h4. And he's hitting the pawn on d4, but he's also threatening knight to g3 with a fork. And
crafty.
Indeed, yeah. But I don't quite see. I mean, I like actually. I'm starting to like what VD has just done here. Don't see how Levon should deal with this.
But do people actually? Okay, I know the initials VD. I've seen his merge, but are you the only one who uses it in speech, or do other people call him VD as well?
No. I mean, I call him VD. I'm pretty sure Anish calls him VD. Hikaru, when we're doing commentary for Vaikanze, he called him VD. So I mean, I think it's commonly accepted in the chess community that his name is VD. Yeah, he's just lost one letter, so he has to make sure not to lose one more, because then he will be fit.
And I'm saying in the chat, if I didn't get the memo, somebody told me before I was doing the Tata commentary, then I could have called him by his actual how he actually should be called.
That is his actual name, indeed. Yeah.
So yeah, knight 8 and Levon is thinking.
Yeah. By the way, and thanks to Chadok for gifting a sub to Fiona. We appreciate it.
Putting me to shame.
By the
Thank
way,
you,
guys, if you sometimes get hit by ads, that is bad luck. You can be lucky enough to get gifted a sub, but if you do happen to have Amazon Prime, make sure it's connected to your Twitch Prime, and then you can subscribe every month to one channel for free. So just check if you have a Prime available, and if you do, make sure to throw it in here.
Absolutely.
That makes it easier for us to have commentary here and to keep things going.
Exactly. Check your primes, and so Levon is going. How is he going to respond to knight h5?
That is a very good question. Bishop e5, and actually, as we speak, Hikaru has already drawn his game with the black pieces against a Chen. Yeah, once again, I'm not surprised they've reached move 30, so maybe he just wanted to offer a draw and get the game over with. not a bad start, not a great start either. I mean, I think it's a normal
That's
result.
harsh. Not a great start.
But I mean,
You're very strict.
well, I mean, it's not great, right? But I said it's also not bad, so I'm not harsh. I'm just speaking facts,
I see
right?
that. I see that. No, I think Hikaru will be happy. I don't think he will look at this and say, "Oh, this wasn't great," but it's okay. But maybe, who knows? I think also Etienne played a very solid game. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the thing is, I mean, if you're playing with black against a solid GM, it's, I mean, if your opponent just wants to be solid, like, what are you gonna do, right? It's really difficult.
And just to answer the question from the chat, who offered a draw? Hikaru offered a draw after knight e6, which was move 30, I think, which was sort of what we were both expecting.
And I think we are having an interview, so let's try to pull that up.
Ideas for the next months, apart from the Grand Prix, of course.
I mean, it's not been announced, but there's probably a classical tournament in St. Louis sometime in April or May that I'm probably going to play in. But I've said it before many times. Anybody who watches my stream, you know, I enjoy streaming. That's the main thing. You know, I will say that of course it's very difficult because this line that happened today, Etienne tried to trick me. He had obviously looked at games I'd played online with Bishop b4. I mean, I played against Nepo also in the World Rapid, and oddly enough, I actually lost a game in this knight h4 move order to Wesley So in the Grand Chess Tour in Croatia in 2019, specifically because Wesley had seen a game that I played against Jordan van Forest entitled Tuesday, maybe like 3 years before. So, I mean, it's obviously very tricky doing both, but I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's fun. But I do think perhaps at the end of the game I was a little bit too jumpy. I was moving a little bit too quickly just because I haven't played in so long and played classical at least, and it felt very boring. So, and maybe I have to move a little bit slower.
Okay. Thanks both of you for your questions.
All right. So.
All right, you guys. So yeah, that was basically what Hikaru was saying. He explained that he had this line earlier, and you know, Bacrot tried to trick him with some move orders in the opening. But I mean, overall, nothing really more than a draw to be done there.
Interesting what he was saying about that he felt he played a little too quickly in the end, and it's funny because usually having been away from classical chess doesn't reflect. Most people played too slowly, if anything, to get back into it. But for Hikaru, having played so much online blitz, it's funny that he has sort of the opposite problem.
I mean, I guess it's I think for a lot of people, if they've not played for a while, that means that they have not played, right? They're not used to actually moving pieces, and they've analyzed a lot. And when you're analyzing, you really have to try to go in depth. But when you're actually playing, you just sort of have to play the game. And in blitz and in rapid, that's even more the case, where you just have to move. Right, so I think that's really that's why a lot of people are slow when they come back to classical after not playing at all, and that's why probably Hikaru is a little bit fast because he's played a lot of blitz.
Exactly. So it's something for how he's going to. Maybe it was good for him in a way to have the game today where he wasn't really under much pressure as black. Got a fair draw. Maybe it was good for him to have that game to sort of find his marks again, and if he too quickly, it was good that today was a day where that didn't really matter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think you're making a fair point. Like, let's say he would be playing Bacrot with white, right? I mean, that's practically a must-win game, and then he cannot avoid being, let's say, too fast or whatever. But I mean, in the game like today, a draw is a fine result, right? Whereas, let's say, you know, he would play Grishuk with black. That would also be, you know, a tough game. So I think it's indeed a good game to get into the tournament with. And I think tomorrow he is playing Yesipenko with the white pieces. So I mean, I think it's of course way too early, but I mean, you definitely do want to try to win your games with white.
Yeah, I think this one will be a big game. Andrei Yasipenko, as we mentioned, one of the late replacements. So he's one of the opponents that Hikaru will not have had a chance to have an in-depth going into the tournament. So even from that perspective, like the quickish will leave some time to cook up something. Yasipenko tomorrow, which I'm sure Hikaru will be playing for a win with the white pieces.
Yeah, no,
By
for
the
sure.
way, sorry, no, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say it will be interesting to see what Hikaru and Lil Jon will cook up in their preparation.
For sure, and I just wanted to say that one other game has ended in a draw. Alexei Shirov against Hari Krishna in Group D.
Let's pull that one up. So let's in Group D, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that game has already ended in a draw. Here we have the game between Wesley So and Lenier, but let's have a look at that game that just ended in a draw. So we left off, I think, after the move G3, Rook D7, Rook D1, King C6, A4, King C5, Bishop B3, A6, King F2, King C6, and here they just went for the repetition. Rook C1 check, King B7, Rook D1. You have to protect the knight, you cannot move it anywhere because then you hang your rook. So you had to defend, King Rook C1, B7 is your only square, and a draw was agreed. Not the most exciting game. The other game in the group, I mean, is also not looking too exciting.
Super exciting. Let me ask you a very...
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted, and then we can look at this endgame. I wanted to ask you, Screws in the chat was asking, would Yasipenko have known that he was on the waiting list to be a replacement and have had the chance to prepare against the other participants? And I was thinking, to be honest, I don't know how they chose the replacement players.
That is a very good question. I do not know either. I think there is a good... So I was thinking about it. From the World Cup, maybe they just... I know that yes, Penko made the round of 16, Wojciech as well, but I don't know if those were the main criteria to determine who would replace who in this. I don't know. I mean, Yasipenko and Wojciech both lost to Magnus, so Wojciech got knocked out earlier. So I don't know.
Earlier.
I think Yasipenko is a logical replacement. I wonder how Wojciech was chosen, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, surely the information is somewhere. I'll look it up later on. If someone knows, let us know. But I think in Yasipenko's case, anyway, even if he knew he was on the waiting list, let's say, there would have been no time because he was playing Vikan. I think he probably found out right at the end of Vike. So even if he knew he was on the waiting list, I guess his focus was on Tata Steel, and then he got the good news. I mean, I'm sure he's delighted, of course, to get that invite to the Grand Prix.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the one thing I was thinking about is that maybe Wojciech plays very high in the Grand Swiss. That's sort of the only thing I can come up with. But otherwise, I don't know why he got the invite specifically.
Yeah, I don't know if there was like a list of like this is the first, because some events there's like first, second replacement, third replacement, but I don't know if it was more random or if there was a list like that. Something to look up. I will let you all know tomorrow. And yeah, let's have a quick look. Sorry, Benjamin, at this endgame. And
no worries at all. So yeah, I think it's just headed for a draw. I mean, 94 played by Wesley. I think something along the lines of, I mean, okay, so trade on d4 by Lenier. I guess you take with, let's say we take with the king. Maybe something like b3, king c3, knight e4, take on b3, you take an f2. Position is completely symmetrical and it's just gonna be a draw. I don't really see anything else. I think what's very likely to happen is that somehow this b pawn is gonna get traded for one of the pawns on the king side, and then it will be 2 versus 2, and it will just be a draw. That's sort of my take.
Despite the white king at first, the white king will be far away from the king side, but I think black is not in time to use that.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, Lone Stone, sorry, just gave us information from the regulations. Then the FIDE president shall nominate any player of his choice. So it looks like it's just FIDE's choice.
Ah, okay, interesting. Maybe Wojtasek was then selected because he's... Although, I was thinking maybe because they don't have a Polish player, but they have a Duda, so...
Well, Duda is in the candidates, right? So he's...
Right, I meant that they already have a player in the cycle.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have no idea. Maybe open kind of rating list, or if... I don't know. To me, it's also still not completely clear. Is there any chance that Dingley Ren can somehow play the remaining 2 events if there's a dropout? Or is that completely out of the question? But I think we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Also, let's not forget that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and that there's daily PCR tests in Berlin. So let's first hope, of course, that the tournament can conclude without any problems.
Indeed, yeah. It will be quite a challenge. I mean, of course, I think everyone hopes that Ding will be able to play because he's very much deserving of being in the candidates, and now that he doesn't even have a chance is very sad to see. It's really the sad reality at this moment, but I mean, maybe there's still a chance that he will be able to play. But I think it's just really China's very strict COVID regulations that stop him from being able to play.
Yeah, I don't understand what exactly happened. I mean, I also saw some things about visa issues, but I mean, some Chinese players did play in the Grand Swiss just now. Zhu Jin'er played in Faikensee, so I don't know what it is that it seems to be more difficult for some rather than others. But yeah, huge pity, of course, for the...
Yeah, no, indeed. So, yeah, this game between Wesley and Dominguez is probably just going to end in a draw, I would think. Let's see what other games are exciting to have a look out on. So this will conclude Group D. The first round of Group D. Let's see what is happening in Group B. Let's go back to Group B.
Sure.
So, let's see. So we left off here in the game between Wojtasek and Richie. So Queen c5 was played by Wojtasek. Richie moved the rook back to a6, Queen c7, and bishop c4. So we saw trade on b8 and e4. Rook a b6, rook d2, g5. So white has a nice advantage, but it's not that easy. I guess Richard's point was that if white would take on c4, he wanted to take with the pawn, and in case of knight takes, which hits the rook and defends the pawn on b2, black goes rook b3, hits the pawn, and there's always g4 to soften up the white pawn structure. So g4 for that specific reason by Wojtasek, and now king g7. Sorry, by Richie. Yeah,
that's the current position, right?
Right, this is the position on the board. Yeah, so I expect Wojtasek to take at some point on c4. Richie will probably take it after knight.
Benjamin, I think Hikaru is here. He's saying no link to join.
Oh, wait, give me a second. Of course we want to have you, big man. Give me a second. Okay.
Very excited to have Hikaru on. I wasn't sure if he was going to come or not, because you never know in these tournaments. Of course, the main focus is on the next game, but I'm very happy that Hikaru is going to take some time to join us, and we can pick his brain as to what happened today and how is he feeling after the first.
Yeah, so let's see how we're gonna do this. Okay, so Hikaru is in. Maybe one. What we could do is, let's see. So I don't know how to do it. Maybe Hikaru.
You can
Okay,
also,
let's-
if it's easier, you can put him in just watch up to you.
Okay, yeah, okay. Let's let Hikaru in. Wait, this will be a bit all over the place, but okay. There he is. Hello, Hikaru.
What's up,
how's it
you
going?
guys? How's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey,
How are you doing?
Good.
we're all over the place for now, but I'm sure Benjamin is working on it. So, a solid draw today with the black pieces against the Bacrot. I guess all in all, you must be quite satisfied with the start you had.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, first game in a couple of years in classical chess. But also, I mean, I'm starting with black here, and you play everybody with white and black. I mean, maybe there will be a chance later where I have to win a game with black. But I mean, for the first game, I think it's reasonable to be solid, especially because I didn't really know what to expect. And then, yeah, I kind of just played a good game and made a draw. But I will say, I mean, and people are going to pog me for saying this. I know that, but I mean, this is what makes it so hard to stream and play top level chess, because there are a lot of situations like today where an opponent looks at my game, so I play on stream, and then I basically have to find a way to prepare something else, either before the event or during the event, because it's not good enough. And that's why for me, I think trying to stream and play tournaments, I mean, it's a lot harder than for anybody else, because people certainly, the top players do look. And also to that point, I lost a game in the Grand Chess Tour in 2019, actually with this knight h4 line to Wesley So, and it was very specifically because Wesley had watched my stream when I had played this line against Jordan Van Forest in a titled Tuesday. So yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, but I did think he might play this, and I prepared for it, and it worked out.
Maybe we can pull up your game very quickly, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
And just let me ask you, Hikaru, while Benjamin pulls up the board, you talked about the preparation. Can I ask you, you haven't, as you said, played classical chess in a couple of years. How did you this event, and for how long have you been preparing, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
sharing?
I mean, I've been preparing probably for about the last 2 to 3 weeks. And very specifically about this game, like in Title Tuesday, I think it was January 18th, I played Dayak, and I played this Bishop B4 move instead of Knight H4. And I lost that game. I also played Bishop B4 against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Rapid Championship. So, I mean, it was simply Etienne saw these games. And I think I did Bishop B4 against someone else. I think actually I did against Dayak again in a more recent Title Tuesday as well. So, I mean, it was one of the things that was definitely possible, but you try to look at everything. I mean, obviously it's not easy to find that extra energy after you stream 7-8 hours every day, but that's what it takes, and that's what it takes. So I'm pretty happy that I did some good prep and I survived today.
Good stuff. Question, and Benjamin, feel free to stop me at some point if you want to chime in. Just tell us, how is it on the ground in Berlin? First impressions.
Yeah, I mean, I would say overall the playing site seems completely fine. The hotels is pretty nice as well, so nothing really to complain about from that standpoint. I mean, I would say that, however, going out, it's a different story altogether. I think I alluded to this on the stream. It's a little bit weird. I mean, all these restrictions, and I mean, it's certainly some of the players for sure are basically going to have to stay in the hotel and won't be able to go out and eat or maybe even shop for that matter. So. It's a little bit weird. And then also I went out for a walk, I think last night, maybe around 10 o'clock, and there was nobody outside. It was I don't know, it felt like it was lockdown or something. So very, very strange at any rate, but that's what it is. So yeah.
And I just want to ask you real quick. So up to what point exactly was it still your preparation?
Yeah, I mean, all this is pretty well known. I mean, I had seen this knight d8 idea in a couple of other lines. So probably knight f4 is all known. Queen d7 all known. Yes, c3, rook e8. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if knight d8 was still the correct line, but it's something I had looked at in other variations. So that's why I did it.
Yeah, it was a top engine move, and I mean, it all looks very solid. I mean, you're going c6 on the next move. I like this maneuver with bishop to e7, and I mean, yeah. We sort of expected that this game was just headed for a draw. Sort of the only minor chance you had to potentially imbalance the game would be to move h5. Was that on your radar at all, or not really?
Yeah, I considered h5, but again, I thought it's the first game. Like, if this was, let's say this was the last game, like the 6th game or something, maybe I play h5 because I need to win. But it felt like, I mean, it didn't seem like the right idea. And also I felt, I don't want to say I felt off, but I felt like my time usage was not the greatest in this first game. I mean, at some point I was just like taking like 2 to 3 minutes every single move as though it was a rapid game or something. So it didn't really feel like it was in the spirit for the first round today. I felt like be solid, get into the tournament, and then if there are opportunities with black, you take them. But it didn't seem like the right approach to me, at least. I thought after h3, I wasn't really sure. I mean, am I really going g5 or taking on d3 and playing f5? I mean, again, I don't really know if that's good or not, and it's very tough to play like that because if you lose the game, especially in the first round, I mean, I think the odds of winning the group are almost zero. So yeah,
indeed. Well, actually, it was in this position after queen c8 here. H5 would have been a bit more attractive. I think with the point being like h3, h4, bishop h2, bishop d6, and maybe black is a tiny bit better, but it's all of course very far
because you're gonna get knight f4. Yeah, I mean, again, I think if this isn't the first round, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure. So that's what it is.
No, I definitely get that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Fiona. Yeah.
No, sorry, Benjamin. No, I was just, Hikaru, you mentioned, of course you play so much online blitz and that you struggled a little bit to find your footing in terms of the speed at which you're playing today. Did you play any like slower training games going before the tournament?
Nah, I mean, I just did preparation. That's that. So no, I did not.
And how do you plan to? We saw the interview you gave on the. So if you felt that you played too quickly towards the end, or in general, how do you work on that, let's say before tomorrow, before the future games?
I mean, I think just getting back to the mode of playing classical chess is all it really is. I mean, I was lucky because in today's game, there wasn't ever a situation where it was really tricky. So I mean, again, I think it's just as I play more, of course, I'll probably be a little bit slower. But today's game also wasn't one that there were a lot of critical moments. So yeah, it's what it is.
Tomorrow, Yasipenko, have you played him before?
I don't think I've ever. I mean, maybe online. I think I played him in the Bullet event, but I mean that's obviously quite different. I don't think I've ever played him. No, I don't think I played him classical or rapid even or blitz. So. No, I mean, it's good to know that's a pairing. I actually didn't know the pairings. I only knew today's pairing, but yeah, it'll be fun. And I assume I'm white, although I really don't know. Or do I have double blacks?
Yes.
I do have white. Okay.
Yeah, you have white.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it'll be fun. Obviously, I'll do some preparation. But yeah, so far, I mean, it's about as good a start as I could have asked for, considering that I started with black.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah, what do you make of this game between Yasipenko and Grishuk so far?
I mean, it looked like it was maybe some small edge for white, but I mean, I assume it's going to be. I mean, looking at it now, it's going to be a draw. I mean, I'd be shocked if it's not a draw. But yeah, that's just chess.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same. The only thing is, of course, Grishuk's time. He has a little more than 5 minutes for 20 more moves to be made. But other than that, probably a draw is just going to be the result here.
Yeah, so. I mean, again, I think in all these groups, I mean, the odds of draws are very, very high. Actually, I was thinking about it. I think the odds of ending up with like 2 draws almost every day are really high. Because again, the problem is it's a situation where with only 4 players, unless somebody's really off form, it's going to be very tight. And so I think you actually have a good chance of seeing like 2 draws every day in almost every group just because of that. And just being like 1 win here, 1 win there. And that's the difference. So I'm not actually a huge fan of the format. 'Cause I think the more I look at it, the more likely it is to have a million draws.
But then what do you think would have been a better format? Just a big round robin, or like how it used to be with like 20 players?
I mean, I like the way it was before, where it's just a straight up knockout with 16 players. I mean, I actually just like that. So Yeah, I mean, I think there are many different ideas. But I feel like this one, I mean, it doesn't mean it's not going to be exciting, but I feel like there's a very good chance that if all the players are very solid, you could have like, I mean, let's just say there are 6 rounds, you could have like 10 draws and like one person wins one game and someone else wins one game or something like that, realistically. But yeah, who knows? I mean, we'll see, obviously.
I see a great question in the chat from Dr. Tiltenstein. Hey, Hikaru, are you hoping to win this tournament?
I mean, again, you have to win the group. I mean, I think if you win your group, that's actually harder than winning the tournament, honestly, because once you get to match point, I mean, anything kind of happens, but you're there. I think, considering there are 4 players in every group, winning the group is going to be very tough for everybody. I mean, if I win the group, I think I have good chances, but winning the group will be harder than winning the event. Let's put it that way. So, yeah.
Yasipenko was a last-minute replacement in your group. Does that bother you that you have to prepare for a new player, or you don't mind?
I mean, I don't really mind. I mean, the only thing is that the problem is the groups were already kind of felt a little bit imbalanced. And now this one group, I mean, where Ding was playing becomes really, really imbalanced as opposed to what it was for sure. Like, I mean, I think Wojtaszek is actually, he's beating Report, right? Or something?
Well,
if
now
I'm
it's a bit more balanced, but before it was looking very, very good for him.
Yeah, but so like this is an example where you have somebody who's playing who can't win the whole thing, but they might already be in the lead in the group. So it's going to be very, very strange. But in terms of prep, it doesn't really matter much to me. I think you try to play good chess, and that's that. And if I play good chess, good things will happen.
Oh, Wojtaszek's only playing this leg? He's only playing this leg, Wojtaszek?
Well, as of right now, I mean, the way they have it, they say that Ding is playing the 3rd leg, just like they have on Draken playing, which makes no sense, of course, because then they could go win the event and they won't qualify. So I really don't understand that. It seems kind of bizarre, honestly. I mean, maybe something will change. But as of right now, that's my understanding is that, I mean, Ding Laurent plays one event, Dmitry Andreikin plays one event, Wojtaszek plays one event, and Yasipenko plays one event. So if you have everybody playing one event, that like takes 4 players out of the mix of winning the whole thing, which is kind of, I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. But I guess it's what it is. I mean, I see a lot of people in chat are kind of laughing at it too.
But on the other hand,
it seems illogical.
But on the other hand, that's good for your chances. Like less players that can qualify.
I don't really care. I mean, I literally don't care about that. I mean, at this point, I like things to be fair. That's my main thing. I mean, so it's just like, for example, during the technical meeting which we had on Zoom last night, they changed the rules. So there was no rule about players from the same country having to play each other and avoiding them playing each other in the last round. There was no rule about that, and the arbiters just made this rule. So that's why Grishik and Yasipenko had to play today, just like Wesley and Ding had to play. And it's like there's no rule, but they kind of made it up on the fly, and it's just, I don't know. It's all kind of
that's really weird. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. You would think that players from the same country. I mean, you definitely want to have them play in the 1st round and I guess in the 4th round, right? Right. The 1st round.
Right. But I mean, again, as Sasha pointed out, it wasn't in the regulations at all, and so they made it up and like, yeah. I mean, it's what it is. But yeah, it's all kind of weird. But at any rate, it's fun. It's fun to be playing, obviously, and. It's good to see that again. Despite having not played in 2 years, I can still play chess, even though there are a lot of people who think that for whatever reason I can't.
That was going to be my final question to you, but you've already kind of answered it. How was it to be back after such a long hiatus? What was the feeling when you sat down and started playing?
I mean, not really a big deal. I mean, I think if I hadn't played, say, the World Rapid and in St. Louis, it might have been a little bit different. Like, I remember when I played in St. Louis, even though that was Rapid, it was the first over-the-board tournament I had played since 2019. And so that actually, I had some nerves. I really wasn't sure what to expect. But again, having played in Poland so recently and having had a pretty good result, I mean, it's just, I mean, sure, it's classical and it's slower, but I mean, it's still the same game at the end of the day. And, yeah, I mean, I just do what I did, do what you do and try to make it work. And so far, so good. Although, Benjamin, I saw someone in chat say you were saying this isn't a good start or something. So did you actually say that?
Well, I said it's not great. It's not bad. Don't you think it's fair?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's completely fine. Obviously, it's very hard to judge. I feel like the first round games, if somebody runs away with the event, then yeah, I mean, let's just say Grishuk, for example, wins every game. And he runs away with it, and yeah, I'm probably going to look back and regret it. But in the heat of the moment, the first game, I don't think it's really the right decision to go crazy. And I think a good example of where I did go a little bit crazy was the first round, or I didn't go too crazy. It was the first round of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, where I played Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in this wild game, and I just stayed solid, made the draw, even though I maybe had some chances, and kind of played my way into the tournament. So that's really what I'm going to do. And sure, it's the first round, and maybe it'd be nice if I could have gotten a win, but I don't really think it was there from a human perspective. I'm sure the computers thought there was something, but not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't anything really, like, only this move h5 might have given you, like, but also not really any real chances, I would think. But yeah, we were just saying, like, how it's sort of a normal result, right? Not great, not bad. Mm-hmm. Right, that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's.
But people,
I like the we, like, Fiona joined me in the sinking boat.
But people trying to stir up drama here are very funny.
Exactly, yeah.
No, but I think, okay, like I was just saying, I think in general in this tournament, to me, it feels that in most games, the players will always be happy with a draw with the black pieces and try to get something with white.
I mean, I think the format actually has a very good chance of leading to a lot of draws for this exact reason, because I think the thing is, when people look at the groups, they probably see, I mean, and again, this is not to basically show any offense to my opponent, because he's a very strong player, but I would say that, like, in my group, for example, I think everybody sees Bacrot as being the, at least on paper, the weakest player. And so I think they're going to be a lot of us are going to look at that, get those games against him, especially with white, as being the big opportunities. So I think that's kind of the thing, is that this format actually lends itself very much to a lot of draws.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I see that Group B, actually, both players with the white pieces are pushing, but I agree with you. Do you think, finally, do you think that could work out to your advantage, this format, which lends itself to a lot of draws? Do you see yourself as a favorite when it comes to the faster time controls than the
Yeah, I mean, I guess on paper, at least, I should be a slight favorite. But again, I'm not really thinking about that. I mean, I'm just trying to play good games and not lose. So that's really, it starts from there, and then you go from there and see what happens or doesn't happen. But at any rate, it was. I mean, it's a good start. It's a good start for sure. I mean, especially because I wasn't really in danger at all in the game. And like I said, after 2 years away, having not played classical, I think it would have been very easy to just move too fast, get into a lot of trouble, and do something stupid. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy.
Finally, I guess you're not gonna stick around. I mean, of course, we'd love to have you. I don't know what your plan is, but it is 6 p.m. here in Europe, and I'm sure you have some preparing to do. What does your evening look like? How much time do you spend on prep for dinner, walk?
Yeah, I mean, I'll obviously eat dinner probably in an hour or two, and then after that, kind of just relax maybe for an hour, watch the close of the markets, and then go from there. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of time. I think one thing I've learned, especially from streaming, is that there are a lot of hours in the day. There are 24 hours. It's a lot of time, and as long as you budget your time correctly, you can do a lot of different things. And yeah, I mean, I'll obviously start preparing some point later, and we'll see how it goes.
Wise words. Hikaru, I don't know if you want to stick around and look at some games, or if we should let you.
I think I'm gonna bounce, but I mean, hopefully most days I'll join afterwards and go from there. But obviously you guys are covering the event, doing quite well, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow and in the coming days.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate the time, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good one, you guys.
Yep.
Thanks
for joining, and good luck. Bye. All right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, thanks to Hikaru for joining us. Wait. Nobody cares about Bitcoin. Amazon is where it's at, dude.
But it's incredible, that Hikaru, like, I know there's 20 in a day, but I always feel there's some people who get a lot more done with the hours than me. I mean, there he is playing the Grand Prix, jumping on the call, you know, dinner, the markets, this, that. I don't know how he does it. Very impressive.
I thought there was actually 23 hours in a day, but yeah, we just learned there's 24. But it's in the meantime, it's looking pretty good for Wojtasek, as we were talking. I mean, he's just up a pawn. A4 is weak. I think a logical next move would be someone like Rook C5, hitting this pawn. Then after the trade, the pawn on A4 would always start hanging. So yeah, I think Wojtasek has pretty good chances to strike here in the very first round, and yeah, that
would be
really
a huge
ruin...
risk. I mean, really, especially after Hikaru came on, I think I value even more how important every single win is. And maybe we're even, you know, we were talking at the start, you were saying maybe 4 out of 6, but I think in a lot of groups now considering maybe +1 might even be enough.
Yeah, no, I think there will definitely be groups where there will be, you know, a playoff with players on +1. I think +3 will probably just win you your group outright. And actually, as we were talking, this game between Jesipenko and Grishuk is really heating up. So let's throw this game on the small board, but let's pull up that game there. Because that game is really important for Hikaru's tournament.
For
so
sure.
Grishuk just played the move Queen A6, and things are not looking easy for Jesipenko. I mean, I guess if he takes on B5, is there a Rook D5 or Rook C8? It's looking very shaky for white. So let's see.
Let's have a look. So it takes on B5.
I guess Rook C8. Yeah, you hit the queen, and if Queen E5, there's knight D7, and your queen just gets dislodged from the knight, and then white is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. And actually, Andre, yeah, he has just gone Rook to A1.
Okay.
It
So
doesn't look like a move that you really want to make, but maybe it was necessary.
Right, yeah. Now the question is, how does black defend the pawn on b5? And this is sort of what I was referring to earlier. Like, how I don't really see Grishuk getting into any real danger, but here's where he has chances, and here's where it would have been nice to be able to invest, let's say, 10 minutes or something on a move. But he just doesn't have that time. So it will be tricky for him to deal with the time situation. So does he have 4.5 minutes? Because I was seeing 2 minutes earlier. So I don't know what the...
I don't... Yeah... Not clear. Like, I was looking as well on Chess24 to see sometimes the clock times are different. There it only says 1 minute. Here it says 4 minutes. I don't know which is correct. Chess.com is correct, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think indeed chess.com/24 is indeed showing that Grishuk only has 1 minute. But yeah, I don't know what he should do here. Rook d5 makes sense to defend the pawn. I mean, sacrificing the pawn on b5 with only 1 minute is not that easy. Guys, chess.com/24. We're looking at chess.com.
No, but just to be clear, like I really like I didn't misspeak. Like I have both open because sometimes the clock times are different, so I can compare. Like no, of course we are on the chess.com events page. I didn't realize certain words are completely banned.
No worries. I think it's completely fine. Yeah, just to Danny Range for my I think Danny Range.
But 1 minute is a serious problem. But maybe in this position it's not as big. I mean, black should not really be under any danger here, or is there something? What happens after Queen B5? I guess is the first question.
So Queen B5, good question. So there's Queen A7 or Queen D6. Someone like Queen D6 makes sense because you have the nasty threat of going Queen D4 with a double attack. But then I mean, white has Queen D3. So I think it's all gonna end in a draw. And for those of you who are wondering, Hikaru did draw his game. So yeah.
By the way, Group B is really heating up with both Fedoseev and Wojtasek really pressing here with the white pieces.
Yeah, so let's see. So okay, let's just keep Grishuk's game on the main board because that game is very important for the standings. So let's see, Fedoseev. Aha, looks quite pleasant for him. I don't really like the fact that black has committed the pawn all the way to h3. To me, that looks more like a weakness. Like, let's say the queens are traded off, and then white just goes g4, king g3, and then collects the pawn. I think that is simply winning for white. Because once again, just the d5 pawn alone should not be enough. But I mean, if you're also up a pawn, then white should be winning. So, yeah, maybe that would be a great chance for... I think this Group B, we might really see, you know, a lot of wins back and forth. Because I think Fedoseev has good chances to win. As we said, Wojtasek looks like he's winning.
Yeah.
So that game we could really see a big score.
In that group, yeah.
Yeah, wait, what is...
I mean, it's the group where, as Hikaru mentioned, it's a very different group now, and no disrespect to Wojtasek, but Ding Liren is the number in the world. So this group has really been blown wide open, and all 4 players with very realistic chances.
Indeed, yeah. Chat is being funny. Bug 24 is being worked on, so yeah, you guys will just have to wait for that. So yeah, I think Fedoseev has very good chances to win, and that would really, you know, heat up Group B. Let's see what's happening in the other groups. Let's have a look at what's happening in Group C. So VD is slightly worse, but I guess he should be able to draw this. Maybe move like 96 to initiate some trades. Looks fairly dry to me, I would think.
I mean, we liked Levon's position earlier. How can... Even now we see the engine still gives a little something. Why do you think that is?
Well, simply because the bishop on b7 is sort of staring at its own pawn. White always has the advantage of having the better bishop because the pawns are fixed on the dark squares for him. So not the color of his bishop, while black's pawn on d5 is fixed on the own color of his own bishop. So that makes the bishop on b7 always a bit weak. White also has ideas of going rook h1 and hitting the pawn on h7. So black could also consider a move like h5 to make sure that this h-pawn is never a weakness. But I mean, to me, 96 looks very natural to try to get some trades in. So yeah.
No, absolutely. I think in general, when you're the one that's a bit crammed, it makes sense, right, to try and exchange some pieces.
Yeah, indeed, for sure. So yeah, Levon probably still a little bit better, but looking fairly dry. I would be impressed if he can manage, if he can pull off a win here, but we'll see.
And I don't know if we said it was very likely going to end in a draw, but Group D is over. Wesley so has drawn Dominguez, so in that group, both games ending in a draw, but all still going in Group B, Group C, and one game in Hikaru's group, where Yesipenko. But then I see the bar has not Andrei Yesipenko's last move, Queen D4. Why is that?
A very good question. So yeah, Queen D4. I wonder why he did not take the pawn. I guess it's just sort of risky. The pawn on B4 will always be weak. Queen A4 by Grishuk, a very nasty move. And now Yesipenko's in trouble, because this knight and rook are kind of stuck. You cannot go knight C2, which is why Grishuk just made this move. I mean, knight B1 is an option potentially, but once again, everything starts hanging in. Black is just going to go knight D5 on the next move, and then B4 gets under pressure. So this would not be ideal for Hikaru if Grishuk can pull off a win here in the very first round with the black pieces.
Yeah, an absolute huge result for him. I think really we cannot understate a win with the black pieces in this format with only 6 games is absolutely massive. Grishuk,
Indeed,
as
yeah.
chat is saying, in his usual time trouble, but okay, he'll play the next 14 moves on increment, but his position, he's the one in control, and he doesn't have too much to worry about. There's no threats that white has, so I'm concerned actually about his time situation here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, 14 more moves is still quite a bit, but I mean, 1 minute with... Oh, shoot.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
We were
Anyway.
saying, well, we can maybe. We can go maybe on a break now because the time control is approaching fast. So maybe we should take a very quick break now and then come back to see the action leading to move 40.
Right, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so Queen A4 by Grishuk, and indeed it looks quite a bit better for him. But yeah, indeed, let's we're gonna be taking a very short break, you guys. And yeah, let's see whether Grishuk can create any real winning chances here. I mean, he has only 1 minute on the clock, but the position looks pretty good for him. So we'll see whether he'll be able to create any real winning chances. No, guys, everything is fine. Stop being weird, you guys.
We'll come back to this game very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be right back, you guys. Don't get anywhere. We'll see you guys at the other end of this break. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Things are heating up in this game between Yesipenko and Grishuk. Fiona, what do you think is going to happen here?
I'm a little bit concerned for Yesipenko. I'm not gonna lie. I already mentioned earlier. Actually, Yesipenko also has no time on the clock. I hadn't noticed. Although, I mean, this says 7 minutes. Once again, elsewhere I'm seeing 1 minute, so I have no idea what the correct time is. It's a huge 7 minutes or 1 minute. But in any case, I am concerned for Yesipenko now that the pawn on b4 is under attack. But wait, what? Queen b1, and look at the bar.
Oh, it hates Queen b1. I mean, once again, this knight on a3 is still completely stuck.
But it's gone to -4. There must be a winning shot here.
Wait, why is this move so bad specifically? I don't quite get it. Like, should Grishuk just take the pawn, or like knight c3, or why is this move so bad specifically?
I'm looking at the line. I was waiting for you, but you spotted it. Knight c3 is the. But
so
why?
Knight c3. Let's say we go queen b7. Saying queen a7, the king moves up, and then queen e3, and I guess you're simply unable to defend this pawn. Once again, this knight at a3 is just completely out of the game. It's never coming back, and...
But he hasn't. He missed knight c3.
He went knight takes b4, which also looks very, very good. Grishuk just up a solid pawn now for nothing, in my humble opinion. I think Grishuk has all the chance in the world to win this game and take the lead in Hikaru's group.
Yeah, we were saying before the break, it is bad news for Hikaru because in general you don't want to see your direct competitors win, especially not with the black pieces. But Grishuk, I mean, he will be looking. He played in the last candidates tournament, and for sure he will be looking to make.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, if Grishuk tomorrow Grishuk actually plays Bacrot with the white pieces, so let's say he manages to pull off a win here in the first round, that will give him, you know, really the pairings he needs to get going in the tournament. So let's see. So king g2 play by Yesipenko. What should Grishuk do here is the big question. And both players have 1 minute.
Yeah, it's not even just. It's also the white pieces somehow look so awkward, no? And the black rook is nice and active on the c file. Also e2, that pawn which was hanging earlier, still is a weakness. The white king is not as well protected. So a lot of reasons to be very worried if you're Andre.
Yeah, no, for sure. Indeed, the White King is always a bit airy, but only 40 seconds for Grishik. I wonder what move he's gonna come up with. It's a little bit annoying that this queen and knight are kind of stuck here, but maybe a move like rook to b8, defending this pawn, so then you can move the knight on the next move makes a lot of sense to me. But I can't tell what the correct... Wait, what is the correct clock situation? g6 played by Grishik. Queen b2 by Yesipenko.
G6, I'm a little bit... what do you think the idea behind G6 could have been?
Well, I think the idea is that, let's say, hypothetically, a rook will magically land here on the back rank. It will be checkmate, right? Because the queen on b1 is covering the h7 square, so that might be sort of the idea behind it. Ah, wait. Yeah, let's say instead of g6, he goes rook c3, right? Then there's tricks with knight x b5, queen x b5, and rook a8, and it's checkmate. So maybe that's the idea.
Okay. Very deep. Yeah.
Right, which is probably also the reason why Yesipenko played queen c2, knight c2 now by Grishuk. Wait.
But once again, knight c2, the computer does not approve. I mean, does he just lose the pawn back?
Right, so if you take out the queen on c2, there's queen b5, and it's a draw. I mean, white gets the pawn back. The question is, what happens after rook takes c2? So, if white takes the queen on a4, black takes on b2, and black should be, better, at least. But maybe after rook takes c2, white can move the queen somewhere. Like, let's say we go to f6. Right, you take on e2 with check. I go king h3, for example. There's rook a2, though, so... How does this... But still, like, you're very much stuck. And Grishuk is thinking after knight takes c2. I mean, if he goes queen takes c2, it will be just a draw. And if he goes rook c2, Yesipenko will be put on the spot. So let's see, queen f6, rook e2, king h3, rook a2.
He has gone rook c2.
Okay, so we'll see. I mean, this ending
queen f6 is required, I guess, yeah? Oh,
right,
maybe
yeah.
you can take on a4 and try to defend that pawn down, but that's like fun.
Right. Yeah, you can give a check and then go, let's say, king f2, but that's not a lot of... I mean, maybe you make a draw here. I don't know. So that is one option. But apparently queen f6 is the move. Black takes on e2. We go king h3, and then... So if the queen moves, there's rook a8 and checkmate. So black has to go rook... queen f6 by Yesipenko on the board.
Wow.
This is really heating up
That's
now.
a big move, yeah.
Yeah, so Grishuk has to take on e2 or go rook a2 right away. He takes on e2. I think king h3 looks very natural here, because the king cannot be checked there. So let's go king h3. Let's say rook a2. Then I think the only move to stay in the game is rook c1, because we have to threaten checkmate. And the idea is like, let's say black goes queen a8, there's rook d1. And you cannot stop rook d8. So after rook a2, rook c1, black has to go rook c2. And then after rook a1, it's just a repetition.
That's a crazy line. But very likely the line we will go down, yeah?
I think that's very likely, yeah. Yeah, and actually...
Rook c1.
That's all on the board. Rook a2, rook c1. Yeah, and rook c2 by Grishuk. I think both players probably realize it's just a draw now. Rook a1, rook a2.
And what is Yesipenko?
Yeah, what a save indeed. Because, I mean, if he loses this very first game with the white pieces, I think he's pretty much out of contention. And a huge win, a huge miss for Grishuk. I mean, let's say he wins this game, right, with the black piece. That'd be huge.
I mean, that moment just 2 minutes ago with this knight c3 shot, -5, which is, and it somehow now the game is about to end in a handshake. So, and Benjamin, it's something that you brought up exactly, like maybe the lack of time later on will become an issue.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, like we said, I think it would be unlikely that Grishuk would end up in real danger, but here we see him getting a chance, and he would need the time to calculate, right? Like just a couple of minutes, but he just did not have that time, and he went wrong, and now it's probably just going to end in a draw. And I think this is also a really good result for Hikaru, because now he will be shared in the lead, so to speak, right, in this group, whereas otherwise he would be behind.
And I think Rook A1 is already the third repetition. Nothing either player can do to stop that. So, well, I think after Rook C1, the game will end in a fantastic save by Yesipenko for Grishuk, a missed opportunity. Great news for Hikaru as well. And well, we'll wait for the result to be official, but I think that's it. And maybe we can move on to Group B, which is really heating up.
Yeah, let's have a look in Group B. So this is probably just going to be a draw. They already repeated more than 3 times. So I'm a little bit surprised that they're
sometimes they don't put
the
kings immediately, and it just takes a while.
True, yeah. But I mean, if you're Yesipenko, you could also just claim a draw at this point, right?
But I think very likely they already made a draw, but are maybe talking at the board and didn't put the kings yet. So I guess the game is probably over.
That is another explanation. Yeah. So let's see what's gonna happen there. Wait, actually, I was just checking the broadcast, but the broadcast was lagging way behind. Alright, so okay, and actually it has ended in a draw. I think a very important result for Hikaru. I mean, if Grishuk would get this first round win, that would make things more difficult, but now they're all shared in the lead with 1 draw in the very first game. So indeed, let's have a look in Group B, you said, right?
Yeah, sorry, I changed my mind. Actually, let's go to Pool C. A lot of our viewers want to see Levon Aronian against Vidit, and it looks like Levon has gotten a winning advantage in that endgame with an extra pawn.
Oh, he's up a pawn. Wait, how did that happen? So actually, we were looking at that game earlier on the small board. So I see in the other game in that group, we have a king and rook versus rook. Wait, king, rook and bishop versus rook, which should be a draw. I'll put another game on there because that game is gonna go on for a while. Not much is gonna happen. I'll throw Wojtasek Rapport on there. Anyway, so let's dive into this game. So the game between Levon Aronian and Vidit. Levon is up a pawn. I don't know exactly how that happened, and the rook on c3 is a little bit trapped. Bishop d7 by Vidit.
Vidit had to play fast because they were both, well, especially Vidit was in quite severe time trouble. Bishop d7 was moved 40, so he's now going to get an extra half hour.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see. It's looking really good for Levon. I mean, obviously he's up a pawn. But how should he go about winning this? I mean, I think king d2 is a good start. The rook will have to move all the way back to c8. And it's not that easy to win still. Because if you go rook e1, there's rook e8. If you go rook c1, then rook c8. I would think if the rooks come off, it's a draw. So maybe what he can do is put the pawn on b5, which looks very weird. But then he wants to follow up with a4, a5, and then open up on that side of the board.
Yeah, interesting. I'm curious, but I think Levon, I think he's gonna show us his technique, and he's huge favorite to win this game. For Vidit, on the other hand, this is not, of course, how he was hoping to bounce back from Vaikense.
Yeah, I mean, if Vidit would lose this game, that would be actually his 4th loss in the last 5 games, so that'd be very, very tough for him. We'll see whether he will be. I mean, if he loses this game, I don't see him coming back, to be honest.
In the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
I mean, to win the group, Levon, it will be, especially because he to the favorite of the group. I think Levon actually the highest rated player in the whole Grand Prix. So yeah, it will be very, very tough to come back from that, and it's just such a tough spot to find yourself in if you lose game 1 and then the hopes are already almost gone to qualify out of the group.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's only 4 players and it's only 6 rounds. So I've played many times in the Dutch Championship, which would feature 8 players and 7 rounds, and then if you lose the first round, it already feels very, very tough. But here, I mean, with only 6 rounds, losing the first game seems, yeah, it just seems fatal. I mean, I don't see him coming back. So I mean, it's still up to Levon to convert, but I think he will.
And sorry, no, they've just made move 40. I wanted to bring up, I also saw in the chat Fedoseev against Aronian, and so a pawn up, but the engine giving a huge advantage to Fedoseev, and maybe we can see why that is.
Yeah, so it's looking very good for Fedoseev. I mean, besides being up a pawn, he also has a very active position. To me, a move like Rook c7 makes a lot of sense here to hit the knight. And I think, yeah, we touched on this earlier, the real problem for Grigor Operin is that, let's say somehow the queens get traded off, I think the endgames are quite hopeless, because this pawn on h3 is simply lost if white goes g4, king g3, and then collects the pawn. If this pawn would be, let's say, on h7, black has much better chances to hold. So yeah, I think, yeah, once again, rook c7 to me looks very good, because you cannot move the knight, because then you hang queen takes f7, and that's gonna be checkmate. So I think Fedoseev is gonna win this game, and that'll be a huge step for him in the right direction.
Absolutely huge. I mean, we're repeating ourselves, but in this format, every single win is really huge. Like,
Yeah.
and it's so important. Fedoseev, I also expect rook c7, but they have just made move 40, and very often when the players get the extra half hour, they will get up, they will maybe go to the bathroom, they will get a new drink, walk around a bit. So I'm sure Fedoseev will take a little bit of time here.
Yeah, no, for sure, indeed. So yeah, we're gonna see what he's gonna do here, but yeah, I do expect him to win this game. In the meantime, we also have this game that we threw on the other board between Wojtasek and Rapport. It's looking pretty, I mean, it's not that easy for Wojtasek, but he still has very good chances to win. He's up a pawn here on the queen side, but on the other hand, all of his pawns are kind of fixed, right? Maybe Richie should play a move like king e7, and then let's say white goes knight d3. You always have knight c4, and how does white actually move here is the big question. Or maybe king here.
Yeah, it's a great question. So how do we make progress? To make progress, the first question is, do we have to get b3 in? Is that the only way to make progress?
Yeah, getting b3 in is an option. Or just moving the king up and try to collect the pawn on a4, because then you have two connected passers, and white should just be winning. I don't really see black getting any counterplay in fast on the king side.
So you think if the a pawn, like if we can get a passed pawn on the queen side, the endgame is winning, yeah?
Well, I mean, if we get two, we should be winning for sure. It's just really difficult. I don't really see what black can do against, let's say, king c2 to c3 to b4, right? Because the knight on d3 is always blocking the entry from the black king. So, yeah.
Yeah, tricky endgame. Did we see him? Oh, Fedoseev did not go rook c7, by the way, and he also moved a lot faster than I. But rook a1 seems to be equally good, with the rook now coming in probably from a7.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, I'm getting word here from people that we should have a look at Aronian's game. Let's see what's happening. Wait,
nothing happened really. Well, king d2 was played, but I don't think there's been any dramatic change since we left.
Yeah. King d2. Yeah, nothing really happened here. But yeah. I was told by Brandon Jacobson, I'm just gonna call him out here, that we should have a look at this game, but nothing happened. So there you go, Brandon, you got called out.
By the way, Vincent Keimer against Dubov. Do you think Dubov is confident in his defending technique of rook versus rook and bishop?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think he's just gonna hold the draw. Pretty sure he knows how to hold this one. Yeah.
Have you ever had it in a game? In a classical game?
Good question. I don't think so, to be honest. I've had rook and knight versus rook a couple times, but I don't think I've ever had what's it? Rook and bishop versus rook. Either like to try to win or to try to defend.
If you had to defend it, how confident would you be in your defensive technique?
I think I'd be pretty confident. Like, once we had a training session with Luc van Bailey, Jordan, and myself, and we practiced this quite a bit. And I think, yeah, most of us just held it pretty comfortable. And those in blitz, right? So in classical, I think a player of Dubov's caliber should just be able to hold the draw quite comfortably.
Yeah, we see. I mean, it's going to go on for a while. Currently, they have made 10 moves from the moment the last capture happened. So still 40 more moves for Vincent to try. I saw in the chat a question, how difficult is rook versus bishop versus rook? Yeah, so maybe we should have started from the start. It is theoretically drawing, but it's one of the endings that is a bit tricky. I think very often in practice we see the attacking side winning, especially in time controls.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of games where, you know, the stronger side would win, but especially in classical, I think most times it's just been a draw. But yeah, why don't we just pull that game up on the smaller board real quick, so we can talk about it. So that is in group. So actually, what Dubov is doing is, this is one of the defensive techniques, is where you put your rook behind the king and the bishop, and then you put your king on the other side. So what Dubov is gonna do here is he's just waiting. So white cannot step forward with a move like king d6, because then you take the bishop with check. White cannot do that. So what white very often tries to do is play a move like, let's say, king e5. And now let's say black makes a waiting move. Actually Vincent played king c5 with the same idea. So let's say after king c5, black makes a waiting move like rook to d1. Then you can go, for example, bishop f6 check. The king steps to the side, and then you can go king c6 and you make some progress, right? But what Dubov does is he goes king to e8. And now, as soon as Vincent would move the bishop, let's say we go bishop e5, right? Dubov wants to go rook d7 and then break out of the 7 rank. So that's really the defensive technique he's employing here. I've seen it in a lot of games, and it always looked very effective. So I think Dubov has got
knows
this one.
what he's doing.
Indeed, yeah.
But this one very likely to end in a draw, and Levan Aronian very likely to take the lead in Pool C. So Pool A and D, if you've been joining us a bit later, Pool A and D are over. It was all draws across the board. But Pool B, Benjamin, it looks like we are going to get potentially 2 white wins even.
Yes. Wait, sorry, just for 1 second. You're talking about Pool B?
It looks like both Fedoseev and Wojtaszek. For Wojtaszek, it takes probably a little bit more technique still than in the other game, but it looks like both could be winning with white.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So, yeah, this game between Keimer and Dubov is probably just going to end in a draw. I do expect Levan to win. So let's have a look at the other games. So Richard has played the move knight to a4, and for some reason the computer does not like that move, but I don't understand why. I mean, I guess white just has to go knight d3 to defend the pawn. Why is knight c4 so bad specifically? It's a bit weird.
Oh, with some engine help. I mean, this is easy. Because of knight c6,
Knight c6, and if you take the pawn.
and if you take the pawn, then e5 check.
e5, and you go knight a5, and the knight is trapped.
That's so crazy.
Sorry. And I guess
That
if Black
is a
goes
crazy line.
Black goes f6, Black is not in time, right? We move the king over. Take, king c2. There's e4, but I guess we just take the pawn. And king of... I mean, there's still all this stuff to be calculated, but I guess Black is just never in time, right?
But knight c6, easy move to find.
Indeed, yeah, not an easy move to find at all. So we'll see whether Wojtaszek will find it. Or, I mean, to me, knight d3 also still looks very good.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, so...
Keep everything under control.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see, king e7, king d1, maybe king d6, king c2. But Black maybe goes king c6, king c3, and like king b5, and maybe Black's hanging on here. It's very tough to evaluate. Looking like a very tough endgame for Richard.
But also, so what's the idea of after knight c... If he finds knight c6, so Black, I guess, cannot take on b2. Knight will get trapped. So what else can... So what's the... What else can Black do there?
Yeah, good question. I mean, after knight c6... Okay, so what if Black makes a waiting move, right? Like king g6. Then... Yeah, actually, what happens then? Because... we can go king d3, but then Black takes with a check, and then knight is sort of free to move. So maybe this is an option, but it's all very, very difficult. I mean, the knight is still kind of misplaced either way, but it's all very, very difficult to figure out over the board. So I think we'll probably just see knight d3 by Wojtaszek.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because that was probably his intention had Richard moved the king, and then he sort of just stays on that track, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's also the move that I'm expecting. But the fact that he is even thinking indicates that he's at other possibilities.
Yeah.
And if he is looking, then knight c6 might be one of the moves on his radar.
Yeah, indeed. He's probably looking at it. But yeah, once again, even for us, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. So, I mean, yeah, I think knight e3 is quite likely, and then just take it from there. In the other game, we have more moves. So Fedorseev, after queen a6, played... Okay, so he played rook a1, hitting the queen, queen g6.
They are playing so fast after making the time control.
Indeed, yeah. Rook d1 was played by Fedorseev, queen a6, and queen at f5, queen f4 by Grigori, and queen at g4, and white is threatening checkmate. So how should Grigori go about stopping that? Maybe f6 or g6, but it always weakens the black king, I would think.
Yeah, neither of the moves is a move you want to make, but I don't know, do you have a choice? I guess the only other move to defend g7 is knight e6, yeah?
Right, maybe knight e6 there's bishop g7.
Ah.
And then if you take the queen
Very
and take
nice.
with the knight, and your knight on d7 is hanging at the end.
That's a very nice tactic, actually.
Yeah, so I'm sure Fedorseev has seen that, and so that's why I guess f6 or g6. I mean,
f6
g6 looks
has just been played.
right. Yeah, because actually I was about to say if black goes g6, we can take this pawn and threaten checkmate on h8.
Again, yeah. So f6 doesn't look pretty, but you had the mate in some way, and now how does white make progress from here?
Good question. Yeah, I think either way everything looks really good for Fedorseev. Maybe at some point you want to play knight f5, but I guess black still has g6 or something like knight e6 to defend. But yeah, either way I do expect Fedorseev to win this game, and Wojtaszek is probably also just gonna win his game. So that group will be very exciting for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect that there would be any group today with two decisive results, but good stuff. And Pool C, well, we've been asked to go to Keimer against Dubov, but nothing. We'll let you know if something happens. But for now, Dubov is defending perfectly. So to see there. Shall we continue looking at the Aronian Vidit game?
Yeah, so let's talk about this one a bit more. Aronian played g4. He's nicely connecting all of his pawns, and Vidit can throw in a check on h2, but it's not really going to establish much. White just goes king e3, and then rook c1 on the next move, with rook c7 to follow, hitting the bishop and the pawn on a7. So I think the best Vidit can do here is just wait with a move like, let's say king f7. And then maybe like rook c1, rook c8, rook h1, king g7.
Is the bishop ending? Can we not win that?
I would think the bishop endgame is a draw because the position is completely locked up. But let's have a look at it indeed. Actually, it's a.
If I break with f4, can I not?
Right, but I think if white goes f4, we just sit. Like this trade doesn't do anything, and if white goes bishop to b3, we just go bishop b7.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a draw. So.
Okay, yeah. So we should avoid the rook trade.
Indeed, but I think what Levant should do is, let's say he goes rook c1, so he lures then the rook to c8, right? Then we go rook h1, turn and go rook h7, and if black goes king g7, then we continue with our plan of going a4, a5 and rook a1 and opening up that file for the rook, and white should be winning there, I would think.
I mean, this is really the worst possible situation for Vidit, especially after the Tata, how things fell apart in the end, and this endgame here. I mean, there's few things more unpleasant in chess than having just sit and defend passively and knowing that even if you do that, the endgame is probably lost anyway.
Yeah. So wait, so we have... Wait, no, this is all normal by Dubov. His idea is just that if Keimer goes rook h7, then he goes back to d8. So I guess it's still just a draw here.
Yeah.
So that is that.
So we are in that game. So we're on move... no, sorry. I'm on the wrong board. So we're currently on move 61, and the last capture happened on move 45. So we're still a long way away from move 95, but it looks like showing that he knows how to draw.
Indeed, yeah, 34 moves until Dubov can claim a draw. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the 50 move rule, if for 50 moves no pawn has been captured, if for 50 moves no pawn has been moved or a capture has been made, a draw can be claimed. So yeah, does that make sense to everyone here? No captures or pawn move, right?
I think they are taking notes, and it does make sense. So very well explained.
Indeed.
Indeed. Okay, so Wojtaszek, by the way, is still thinking. Yeah. I think the longer he thinks, the more likely it becomes that maybe he will play knight c6.
Yeah, good point. So let's see. Okay, so I think this game between Keimer and Dubov, we'll keep an eye out on that, but we will put other games on the boards. So let's see. Let's throw Wojtaszek first report on here. Yeah, I think you're making a good point. He's calculating knight c6 for sure. He's just reached the time control, so he has around 30 minutes to figure it out. But yeah.
Let's have a look maybe at that line. Wait, after
with knight c6.
If knight c6.
So let's say we take the pawn.
But pawn takes was just losing by first, no?
I mean, black was probably losing, but knight a5. It was still a tricky line.
Yeah.
Right, f6.
So then let's have a look at that first. Yeah.
Yeah. So king c2, e4, takes. Oh wait, sorry. King f6. Takes king e5. Yeah, so black is trying to take here and roll the e-pawn off the board, but maybe white can do something quickly, like, let's say here, takes, check, king here. I mean, but let's say you take the pawn here and just roll the a-pawn down the board. It should be winning somehow. Like, because knight c3, king f5. Because what you can, so let's say we push here. I guess you can always bring the king up and stop the pawns with your knight, is what I would think. Yeah, this should be winning. You just put the knight on e4. You stop
The problem
pawns.
for black is that the pawns are not connected and they just cannot advance. The knight does
Indeed,
such
yeah.
a great job stopping both.
Yeah, and there are some situations where, let's say, a pawn would be on, for example, h3.
He has.
Right?
I know. Sorry, he's played knight d3. I got excited.
Ah,
Had made on the board.
yeah, he's
So
played
knight
the
d3.
move knight d3. 1 second, so knight d3, king e7. I guess king d1 here for white to move the king around, because there's no other way to make progress. This knight is stuck defending this pawn. You cannot go b3 or anything, so I guess king d1. Richie could then also try to trade off some pawns. That's very often what you want to do if you're down some pawns, because I mean the more pawns disappear from the board, that would really increase black's drawing chances. But I was thinking, like, let's say black goes f5. What if we just take twice, right? Even if black goes, let's say king f6, we go king up, takes, king c3, because his knight on d3 is stopping the black king from going to f4. So I don't see how black should make progress here.
How white should.
I mean,
how?
black cannot create any counterplay here, I think, because the knight is just stopping that, and then white is just gonna collect
Pick up.
this
Yeah.
pawn. So then, yeah, what do you think? What do you think Rapport has in mind after king d1? To me, it just looks winning.
Yeah, so if not f5, then what? I mean, it almost feels like you have to try f5, right?
Right.
Because
yeah,
if
could
you wait around, the king is gonna come.
Yeah, if you go king d6, king c2. I mean, yeah, we look at this line, right? So let's say king c6, king c3, king b5. You block white just in time from going to b4, but then your king is quite off from your own kingside pawns, right? So maybe I can go king d4 and knight e5 at the right moment.
Yeah, this looks... King e4. I mean, what does black do here?
Good question, yeah.
I mean, it's a very tricky endgame for both sides still.
Yeah, and I don't know what the time situation is. It's saying that Wojtasek is 4 minutes, but I find it really hard to believe.
Yeah,
If
I'm
it's just-
seeing 22 minutes and 19. So for Richard's clock seems to be correct, but Wojtasek I think has just a bit more than.
Okay, that is probably correct then, I guess.
King e7, King d1, and King d6 has been played.
Yeah, so king d6. All right, so we said king c2, right? And I don't see how black's defending here, to be honest. I mean, you just bring the king up?
There just is no defense. And King
think
c2
so
is
too.
on the board, and I think it's one of these situations where maybe sometimes the engine takes a while, like it says +1, but as we go down the line, suddenly it understands that it's actually a lot.
Yeah, no, indeed, yeah. I think +1 is being quite, I don't know what the word is, quite timid. You know, it should be way more for white, I would think, yeah.
Also, +1 doesn't really mean anything because either this endgame is a draw or it's winning. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think, and they're moving very fast now. King c6, King c3. They're blitzing everything out. King b5.
Wait, oh yeah, so that whole line is actually on the board, so king d6, king c2, king c6, king c3, king b5. So let's see, white has some options here. So for example, one option is to go b3. If black would take the pawn on b3, then we have a4 check, and the king is forced away from the defense of the knight, and white just wins on the spot.
That's very nice.
So I think after b3, black would have to play knight takes a3, but then we can take on a4, and then the king is very far off, so then maybe knight e5 to attack the weaknesses on the king side. But I mean, of course, if you go for this line, you have to be sure that it's winning, because you give up your extra pawn.
But it's very likely that Radoslav, when he was thinking about playing knight d3, it could very well be that he calculated a lot of lines quite a long way.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, b3 is an option. To me, a move like king d4 also looks very natural. But then maybe f6 by black, and how exactly do you make progress?
How do we make progress? I mean, it's so hard. I find these endgames as a commentator are some of the hardest, because it's like, okay, if we have to like calculate it, at least on my level, I would be sitting here, you know, for an hour. Like, okay, I'll get my board out and start calculating. Because it's also not a position where you can rely on instinct or your feeling. It's just hard, cold calculation.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, these endgames are really just all about calculation. And that's why actually sometimes when players are very good attacking players, they sometimes also could be good at endgames because they have very good calculation. Right, and that's really what endgames are all about. Because yeah, if you make a mistake here, there's no going back, right? With such limited material.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's looking good for Wojtaszek. I do expect him to win his game.
I mean, not have to go down this line. Like b3, which we looked at, also looked like it could be something. So yeah, I think Wojtaszek will take some time here position to do a lot of calculating.
Yeah, no, for sure. But there's no sort of you cannot win here on autopilot. That is correct. Like there's always some lines you have to calculate, right? Like king d4, there's still f6. I mean, you could just move back and forth and pass black the move, but I would think even like also there black just starts jumping with the knight. So
Oh, and wait, because I saw the bar a second ago was saying +5. Was that in the live position or in the one of the lines we went down? Because I was talking about how I expect the bar to jump at some point.
Well, yeah, the bar is all the way up indeed. It's saying b3 is the best move, and then after knight takes a3, takes knight e5, hitting the pawn on f7, and I guess black is losing his pawn somehow. Like, let's say you go knight b5, you don't go to d3, because then knight d6 defends everything. So instead of that, we go to c4. So after knight d6, we have king c5, and then the position collapses for black. So after knight e5, like maybe f6, but then there's knight d7, and I think if you lose one pawn, you're probably also going to lose the other pawns.
Yeah. And I think this is probably exactly the line that Wojtaszek is calculating right now.
Yeah, indeed, I think so too. Yeah.
And king d4.
Oh, king d4. Right, he's probably calculated, but yeah.
He was like, nah, thanks, but no thanks.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what Richie can do here. I think f6 looks very logical to make sure white cannot jump with the knight. And then the question is, what is Wojtaszek gonna do there?
Yeah. I'm sure he has something in mind. If he played king d4 relatively quickly, but the question is, what? Because you can't move the knight because the pawn on b2 is hanging. The coming back to c3 surely doesn't make sense. Otherwise, you wouldn't have played king d4. So is the move one of the pawn breaks, I guess, on the king side.
Right, yeah, I mean, e5 definitely comes to mind. Black, I mean, I expect that black takes with the knight, that should be winning one way, or, I mean, even knight takes is not clear at all. Like, let's say we take, so we take on e5 with the king, and there's king c4 with the king running in very quickly. I mean, all very difficult to calculate. I mean, there's f4 to create a passed g-pawn, but black's gonna take. And if take, there's king d4 all of a sudden and roll the e-pawn down the board. So very difficult to figure out what's going on here. But apart from all that, black can also take with the pawn. And then if you take with the knight, you're hanging the pawn on b2. So I have no idea what's going on here, to be honest, after king d4.
Maybe what we do is we move on from here for now for a second, and we'll come back. We'll let the guys figure it out. Maybe a quick look at the other game in this pool. Fedosea looks like he's getting closer and closer to that win against Grigory Oparin.
Yeah, indeed. He's hitting the pawn on... Okay, the pawn on g7 is protected for the moment, but he's creating a lot of pressure here, also along the 7 rank. And I think he's just gonna win this game. I don't see how black can hang on here, unless white makes a terrible blunder. Like, let's say black would move the knight somewhere. Like, let's say black goes knight g5, and funny line. Let's say black goes knight g5 and white tries to be funny and goes rook takes d7, right? If you take the rook, then there's knight h6, and you win the queen. But after rook d7, there's queen takes e2.
Oh my goodness!
And white gets checkmated.
That's crazy.
But that's not gonna happen, of course. Someone like bishop e3 to guard the pawn on e2, and white should be winning there, I would think.
Yeah, no, this. I mean, the position really for black, as long as Fedoseev doesn't fall for any tricks, there really is no hope for black. But black still has that little pressure on e2, 2 knights, the trickiest piece on the board. So he will try, of course, to keep creating something. But Fedoseev, I think he's gonna parry all that and emerge as the winner quite soon here.
I think so too, yeah. So, yeah, we expect Fedoseev to win, Wojtaszek to win. Let's see what's happening in the other games. By the way, Report played f6.
So we will find...
So let's see, that is what's happening there. Then we have... So Levon, it's looking very good for Levon, but he still has to convert. Maybe now's the time to break with f4.
Okay, so let's have a look. f4, as always, the question... Oh, he's just played it.
Oh, yeah.
And the question is, I guess black shouldn't take, or can black take?
I guess black should not take, because if you take, then the king comes up and then you can go g5 quickly. I mean, let's say white trades on g5 and black recaptures. That still keeps the position relatively closed, right? But then on the other hand, what should black do instead? Because let's say you go rook h8, I can always trade on g5, for example, and then I have rook b7, because your rook moved. Although in that case, after rook b7, there's still maybe rook h3 check, and if king d2, rook h2, king c3, and like rook h3, and it's still a bit annoying because you're pinned. So not that easy for Levon. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
So you're saying I can't take on b6 because king c7 and I cannot defend the pawn on b5. Yeah?
I think so, yeah. I think, yeah, if you take on b6, there's indeed king c7, and you're gonna lose the pawn on b5, and with that, the bishop.
Yeah. I mean, Vidit is doing a good job, I think, putting up maximum resistance here.
Yeah, for sure, indeed. So of course not going down without a fight. I think rook h8 is sort of the only move you can make, because I guess, well, actually you cannot pass the move really.
Oh, and sorry to interrupt you, Benjamin, but Fedor has won his game actually after knight f5. Oparin tried knight g5 but resigned after bishop e3.
Yeah, so big win for Big Fish. He gets the first win in Group B. Group B, yeah. Right, so the big question will be whether Wojtaszek can win as well and catch up with him. But yeah, great start for Fedasave. He played a really good game. And
maybe we can put small board because things are happening there. He has met f6 with e5.
Aha, so e5 by Wojtaszek on the board. So let's see. I expect black has to take either way on e5, either with the pawn or with the knight. So let's have a look at this line, right? So we said knight takes e5, knight takes, pawn takes. So white has a couple options. You could also go back to c3 and then create a pass pawn here. But I guess, so let's say black goes king c5. Let's say we go b3, takes, king d4, a4, king e3, a5, takes a6, e4, a7, e3. Wait, I guess that's just the most straightforward way to win for white.
That looked convincing.
Yeah, because white is just way earlier.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, I guess after king c3, there's no way for black to improve on that line, I would think. Black can try maybe to move, let's say king d4, a4, and e4 now, but we still take king takes a5, and I guess if black goes to d3, we're way faster. And if black goes back, what we're just gonna do is trade the a pawn for black's king side. So here we play something like king c3, king c5, king d3. We give the a5 pawn, but in the process, we collect all of the pawns on the king side, and black is not back in time, and white wins this king and pawn game.
Very nice. That's actually very, very, I mean, all those lines are very nice. And I guess Richard Report came to the same conclusion because he tried f5. He hasn't captured on e5 at all.
f5? Huh. Wait, so what if white takes and goes e6? That looks very tempting, I would think. Let's have a look at that. So takes and e6. But black can create a pass g-pawn there as well. And actually, they have traded on f5.
So g4?
I guess, yeah, e6, g4, right, has to be played. Because then, yeah, the pass g-pawn is also really annoying. And
yeah,
e7, there's always, so let's see, so e7, knight d6, king d5, for example, knight e8. I guess black is holding there, because let's say we go king up, black can always go g3, and with the g3 we distract the knight. And then we simply bring our king back to hold to stop the pawn, to stop the e-pawn.
Yeah, this is still, every time I think this endgame is about to be over, there's one resource or another.
Yeah, Richard is doing a really good job.
Yeah, for sure.
Trying to hang on here. So let's see. So trade on f5 happened.
The question is there an alternative to e?
Maybe what you could do.
I'm reading in the chat.
Wait, what is chat saying?
b3 and before f6, which very often that's likely to be the engine move, but Wojtaszek has gone e6.
Yeah, so b3 was indeed also an option. Once again, if black takes with the pawn, there's a4, dislodging the king from the knight. But I guess after b3, knight takes a3 would have to be calculated. And I mean, here I guess after takes on a4, king takes a4, the king and the knight are very far off, but still, I mean, knight b5, the knight is coming back very quickly. g4 is coming very quickly, and a lot of pawns will be traded off here. So e6 was played by Radoslav and g4 by Richie. Still very difficult, I would think.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, also kudos to Richard for keep finding resources to keep keep the game going.
Indeed.
So what were we were looking at e7 here, right? What if we bring the king immediate, like what if we play king d5 threatening e7, right?
Yeah, so I like your suggestion, king d5, because we cut off knight to b6. And then we threaten to march the pawn on the board. But I guess black has to play knight b6 in order to bring the knight back. And then if king e5, maybe knight c8 or king c6, stopping the pawn with the king. So, yeah, I mean, white should be winning one way or another, but I don't see a clear win, to be honest.
It's really crazy. Okay, Wojciech, the good news for him is he has 15 minutes on the clock still.
Yeah.
So time to calculate, but it's also frustrating in that spot when you're playing and you feel like the win is so close, but every time like it's just not so easy and also not so easy to calculate.
Yeah, indeed, 100%. Let's see, do we have any more moves in the Vidit game? No, he's still thinking after f4. Camera against Dubov, not much has happened there. So I think we will just be taking a very short break, but do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the first leg of the Grand Prix in Berlin. And welcome back, everyone, to the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. This round is, slowly but surely wrapping up. We see here the game between Levon and Vidit, but Vidit looks to be in a lot of trouble, Fiona. I mean, isn't he just going to lose this game?
Yeah, I mean, when we came from here, we thought it was not an easy task for Levon to convert this extra pawn, but where has Vidit's bishop disappeared to?
That is a very good question. Let's have a look. We left off after the move f4. Alright, so after f4, rook e8 check was played, king f3, pawn takes f4, which I think is a mistake. I think we discussed that he should go for this move rook h8 to go for counterplay. So pawn takes f4, king takes... I see what he wants to do. After bishop takes b5, bishop takes b5, the king on d6 is still mated. If you can take this rook on e8 up, wait, it doesn't, I cannot take this rook off the board. And the thing is, you also cannot. He played the move rook e4, king f3. So once again, if we can imagine this position without the rook on the board, it would be a draw because the black king is still mated. So rook f4, king e3, which is why Levon doesn't go to g3, for example, because then Vidit would happily take this pawn.
Yeah.
Right. So Levon went to e3.
It's a nice little trick, actually, that that Vidit came up with. It's not gonna be enough, it looks, to save the game, but
Indeed.
Still a nice idea.
So Levon found a very nice idea. After rook f4, he went king to e1. Now the problem for black is if you check on f1, I can take with my bishop, and I no longer cover these squares. Your pawn can also move, so it's not a stalemate and white wins. And if you go rook e4, now I can block with the bishop, and the king is no longer stalemated. Which is why Vidit took on d4, now Levon played rook a4. So he's forcing the rook trade, which I guess...
By the way, Vidit, I just realized now, Vidit has absolutely no time. He's already playing on increment.
Indeed, yeah, Vidit also has no time, but I think it's just lost. He's just down a piece here, like king e5, we just go king up, for example, and yeah, there's just no way you can defend this. And actually, they've just traded the rooks. I think Vidit's just gonna lose this game.
Yeah, this is gonna be over very soon, and I have to say by Levon Aronian, who's gonna get a huge win here with the white pieces against Vidit. The other game in that pool, the rook and bishop versus rook between Vincent Keimer and Dubov, is still in the balance. Dubov has defended perfectly and 14 moves to go there until the 50 move rule comes into effect.
Indeed, he's just keeping the same defensive setup. Like, once again, we saw this earlier, how he put the rook behind the bishop and the king, and here he's defending from the side, because he got pushed to the side with his king. But he just waits with the king here, and then as soon as the king moves, he moves the other way. And then as the bishop moves, he then breaks the being cut off on the side of the board. So it's just gonna be a draw if the rook moves. He'll just break free with his king. Kamer is of course gonna try until move 50 kicks in, but I don't expect anything but a draw in this game.
No, indeed. And I mean, this was a crazy game from the get-go. Vincent Keimer, he might have some regrets when he has a look at the game afterwards. Also, the question, why didn't Dubov take on G2? Maybe both players will have some regrets. Maybe all a result. What do you think?
That is indeed a very good question. Yeah, quite surprising why Dubov did not take on G2, but also why Vincent did not play this move rook D2 earlier that we discussed.
Yeah. By the way, sorry, Benjamin, but if we
yeah.
look at the board that's under us, Wojtaszek against Rapport, Wojtaszek, maybe we can update what just clicked through the moves on the small board, but that's about to be over with the white king now advancing and shielding the pawn.
Yeah, so he's doing a very nice job of supporting this pawn on e7, and he's also making sure that the black king cannot get involved. I wonder, like, let's say black goes king b5, right? And we go king d7, then the king might go for counterplay here, right? And I would think black should be in time there. So what exactly is his idea there, is what I wonder about. Oh, wait, I think I know. After king b5, I guess what he's gonna do is to go knight e3. And with the move knight e3, we stop the king from coming up. And then let's say you go king b6, right? I think then we go king d7. Let's say you go king c5. Then I can just safely queen. Because let's say you take, now you cannot go to d4. Because I just take, and then I take on g3, so everything just collapses there.
That's a very nice point though, this knight e3 move.
Indeed, yeah, I think knight e3 should just win the game for Wojtaszek. So let's see whether... okay, king b5 by Richie. Yeah, I really like this move, knight e3, because it just cuts off the black king.
Yeah, it looks to be the most precise, but that's very nice move, and getting this extra tempi as the black king. Black has nothing better than to go back, really.
Indeed. Yeah, knight e3 by Wojtaszek on the board.
Maybe, by the way, the Vincent Keimer against Daniel Dubov, I see, has ended in a draw, so let's quickly put Levon against big board, because that game is about to be over.
Yeah, so king d2, king f4, bishop d1 by Levon, guarding the pawn, d4, king d3, king e5, but now sooner or later, Vidit should get into Zugzwang and lose his pawn. So king c4, king e4, bishop c2. Now, I guess if you go to e5, it's already Zugzwang after bishop d3, because you just do not have a move. So I think the only chance would be to go king e3, but then... oh, wait, then actually there's g5.
And king e3 has been played, so we might see g5.
So let's see, g5 takes f6, mean g4, f7, g3. White queen's one move earlier, though, and after g2... there should be plenty of ways to stop this pawn. I mean, queen g7. Oh, Levon did not go for it, but I'm sure bishop e1 is winning as well. So
because basically you're gonna lose the pawn, no? On d4.
Indeed, yeah. And the problem is, if you go, let's say king f4, then we're just gonna take, and after king g4, this pawn is always just protected, so we can just go king c4, b5, just collect this pawn, and white is just completely winning. The only thing black can do is go b5, for example, take, and then d3, but I guess here we can just take the pawn on d3, and after king takes, then go g5. Pawn takes f6, g4, f7, g3, and win that way.
Very nice.
Yeah, so Levon, I think, is just gonna win this this first round game against Vidit. Tough for Vidit.
Tough start to the tournament for him. Let me have a quick look at the pairings for tomorrow. And Vidit is not only is he going down to Levon, but he's starting with a double black as well. He'll be black against Vincent Keimer tomorrow.
Oh, really? Huh.
But okay, I mean, on the other hand, like he will probably have to play tomorrow already for maybe black pieces against Vincent, the lowest rated player in this group. And I'm much risk he will be willing to take.
Yeah, I don't really understand these pairings. Like, why would a player start out with a double white or a double black? But it's just sort of the way it is always in these round robins. And yeah, Vidi is gonna lose. And actually, as we speak, Wojtasek has won his game. Wait, are there still any games going on?
No, only Levon. Last game.
Yeah, but
that looks like it might be over as well. Like it looks like Vidit's time has. I think very likely that Vidit would have resigned after Bishop E1 because there's just basically no move, right?
I think so too. Actually, we do have an interview with Keimer and Dubov. Let's pull it up real quick.
Okay. Daniel, it seems, of course this is computer analysis, that you might have had a chance to capture the pawn on g2, specifically on move 23.
Yeah, I thought about it actually. Like, I didn't see what's the plan exactly for white, but yeah, somehow it felt a bit risky. Yeah, but the opening part was actually funny, because one of the basic games in this line is actually Geoff and Ryzantsev, played by my two good friends and coaches, and actually we had this whole stuff, including King B1 actually yesterday. But yeah, somehow I thought, I mean, first of all, it's a bit too far, and secondly, like during the game, I just realized, like I don't remember the move anyway, so why not to go before? But then, like before, when Winston started to think, I realized I'm just probably completely lost. Like what he did is probably good. Knight A4, I thought, is also a very good move.
The computer was suggesting c takes d5 with the point of
E takes d5.
E takes d5 with the point of capturing knight takes d5, and the knight is hanging on c4. Or if you sacrifice the knight on a3, then it seems that the complications would favour white, but of course it's a complex position. Vincent, did you think of that idea?
Yeah, I just thought black will always go knight b6 back and try to take with the knight on d5, and I mean, knight on d5 is at least some stability. I'm sure probably computer sees a way to win immediately, but of course if I don't, then okay, it's not what I want to play.
Yeah, also it's easier said than done. Basically, when you're white on this position, and you clearly understand that you're much better / winning, but the problem is that you don't only have e takes d5, you also have like four tempting options here as well. So
okay. The last question, it might seem a bit ridiculous even, but did you think you might have any chance of winning the rook bishop against rook, ending against Daniil?
No, not really. I mean, he didn't have to go for this, so I knew that if he would, then he would know everything. But okay, I mean, it's
displayed
like
excellent defense, obviously.
Yeah, but first of all, even better players, could have lost the sending. Yeah, it happens from time to time. So, I mean, in general, I'm sort of used to being kind of isolated with someone recently, so I thought, okay, 50 more moves. No worries. I've spent 10 days like this pretty much. So.
Good game. Best of luck tomorrow. Thank you. Do you want to? No? Good.
Yeah.
The funny interview. What did he say there at the end about like being isolated?
Yeah, I think he was saying I don't mind staying at the board longer with my, because I'm used to sitting. I think maybe he was isolated even by himself, or maybe with that contact person of his that had tested. I don't know, speculation. But anyway, yeah, I could hardly. My eye immediately, like you, I saw your comment in the chat, immediately went to the Balenciaga jumper first of all. And then the second thing, what was funny is we talked about it earlier. You had asked me as an interviewer, how do you go on about asking about computer lines? And I think once again here we saw that the players in general are not too impressed, at least when the question's asked in a certain way.
Right. So yeah, this round. So let's have a look at. We have actually one more interview with Report and Wojtasek. Let's pull that one up real quick.
got to the end game, I thought that it should be much better. But obviously, it was always a question if I can win that one.
Okay, so towards the ending, there was a moment that you decided to sacrifice the pawn, the b5 pawn. Was this the best way? Was the only way? Was the way you thought you could hold the ending by sacrificing that pawn? What were your thoughts on that position?
Yeah, obviously I didn't sacrifice the pawn to lose the game. So yeah, I thought that this way I can hold it better. Afterwards, I felt like I had good drawing chances, but I missed this maneuver, rook c4, rook b4. I mean, like I could have prevented somehow. And then it was a very unpleasant move 40 to trade rooks or go rook a7. Probably rook a7 was better, I don't know, because this night endgame just seems to be lost.
Okay, that's for me. Congratulations both of you, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, those are the last interviews. So let's have a real quick look at all of the standings. So let's try to pull it up. So let's just start in Pool A. So Pool A was Hikaru's pool. Let's have a look at the... Alright, so here, yeah, I think everyone can see it. Here we have the results. So as we see, 2 draws in this pool. Hikaru Nakamura drew his first game with the black piece against Bacrot. Not much to be done there. Very solid game from both sides. Yesipenko against Grishuk. Grishuk had a lot of chances but let Yesipenko escape just before the time control. So they're also tied in the lead, right?
Exactly. Yeah, Grishuk, I think he will be kicking himself. He definitely, well, he had a winning position at some point, but not enough time to find the move, basically.
Indeed. And yeah, and things are completely different in Pool B, where Fedoseev managed to defeat Grigori Operin with white piece, and the same goes for Wojtasek, who managed to defeat Rapport. Actually, both in a Catalan, which shows how tricky, how difficult of an opening it is for Black. But yeah, Fedoseev and Wojtasek going in the lead there. Let's have a look at the standings in Pool C.
Pool C is the only pool, I think, with a sole leader after day one, as Levon Aronian won his game against Vidit, and Vincent Keimer against Daniel Dubov was a draw.
Indeed. Yeah, Solovan in the sole lead. Dubov and Keimer shared second place, and Vidit, also another game. Will be tough for him to come back. And so Fiona, what happened in Pool D?
Pool D was all draws. So as Pool A, Wesley So against Lenier Dominguez and Shirov against Hare Krishna. So Pool A, Pool thing still wide open. No one taking any steps there. So tomorrow, Hikaru will be following that very closely. I'm looking forward. He will be playing against, as he mentioned earlier, they have never played each other, at least not over the board. So that's an exciting one to look forward to.
Indeed, yeah. So tomorrow, Hikaru will play Yesipenko with white pieces at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. or like how would you call this? Like 1500, 15.
I'd say 3 p.m. Central European.
3 p.m. Central European time. So just make sure to be there for that. It will be very exciting. This will be Hikaru's chance to qualify for the candidates tournament and to be able to have a chance at a World Chess Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. But he needs some wins. I think tomorrow will be a big day for him with the white pieces.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very curious to see what he has prepared. As he mentioned also during our interview, it's not so easy because he plays online so much, and of course his opponents go through these games. So I'm curious what he will cook up for that game.
Indeed, for sure.